And with that, Beth, could you read our mission statement? And I want you guys to think about this as we move through the process of getting the management plan in place. Is that I think we should revisit this mission statement. It's 15 years old or longer. I think it's time to kind of revisit it and look at what the key issues are that we need to have in our mission. And so just something to think about.
The Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council is an interactive liaison between the residents and visitors of the Florida Keys and the staff and management of the sanctuary. In this role, and with the understanding that a healthy ecosystem is essential to the economy and quality of life in the Florida Keys, the Advisory Council will promote restoration and maintenance of biodiversity and ecological resiliency in the South Florida environment. We will strive to achieve a vibrant, ecologically sustainable ecosystem and economy through application of the best available science and balanced, conservation-based management.
Thank you, Beth. Now, we have a lot to cover today, and we have a long meeting, so I'm going to ask for your patience. And if you have questions, let's try and make sure that they're clarifying questions. We'll have a little more time later on today to have an open comments here. What we're trying to do is get us really prepared for the release and the environmental impact statement. So we've got a lot of efforts that we put in place with the core group and the meetings that we've done and everything to really get us prepared to do that. So it's going to be a kind of a jammed up time frame here for us to get through everything. It's going to be good updates on our science, and it's probably some of this stuff's going to be a little controversial, as prone to be. And Billy talked about that a little bit this morning with Bill, and Bill has been here a long time on the radio, so he was there when Billy was originally came in as the sanctuary superintendent. So what we're going to do first is we're going to hear from Mark Carr, and Mark participated on the MPA Federal Advisory Committee. So I think his experience on that committee is going to be really important for us. And Beth is going to review our zoning and regulatory recommendations. And then we're going to have 3 presentations from John's group from FWC that will include some of the current research that we're doing out there, which is really important. And in the afternoon, we're going to look at some of the tools that we have, and Gina's done a fantastic job, and staff has done a really great job of putting things together for our various constituent groups. So I'm excited to also tell everybody that a lot of us were actively involved in the voter education program that we now have got in place. That's a critical component, we think, of really having an impact on the voters that come down here, don't understand the Keys waters, run aground, tear up the seagrass beds, don't follow fishing rules. That's going to be a critical component. It's going to be voluntary to start with, so and it mirrors what the National Park System is doing, particularly with the Everglades National Park. So we're going to have a similar program to what they have to educate voters about what it's like to navigate and to utilize the resources of that sanctuary. So to me, that's a huge thing. To represent the boating industry, I think it's fantastic. Absolutely. Because quite frankly, you get people down here, and the only obstacle to buying a boat is writing a check. And it's a big tour. Employees are expensive. That's why I was in that business. But that doesn't mean they know what they're doing. We just said, yeah.
That's why you can retire that.
Oh, yeah, right.
What's the
we'll
meaning?
have a public comment period at 3:45 this afternoon. So if anybody wants to speak to the sanctuary or any of the issues we have here today, you have 3 minutes to do that. That will be at 3:45 this afternoon. And there is a sign-up sheet out front. So if you want to do public comment, please get on that sheet for us, and then we will get you through the process. And with that, I want to kick off the morning session and note that we have about 45 minutes for questions and after lunch, as I mentioned earlier. Okay? So I'd like to talk a little bit about Mark Carr and welcome him to the meeting here today. As I said, he just completed his term on the MPA Federal Advisory. One of our other former advisory members, Alex Bresky, was also a member of that committee. I was asked to participate in that. Unfortunately, with my schedule at the time, I just couldn't do it between this and work and other commitments. They were kind of like our advisory council. They represented a couple of stakeholders around the country. So there were scientists, commercial fishing, anglers, divers, tribal resource managers. I don't think you think tribal, yeah, well, there's some national marine sanctuaries that have Indian tribes that are involved in where the water is out in the Pacific Northwest. Tourism, environmental groups, so it's a very diverse community. And I think Mark is going to be able to provide us a really good perspective on how that process went forward on a national basis. So, Mark, thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
So before I start, 3 quick things. The first is thank you. Thank you to Beth, to Sarah, and the staff for the opportunity to come here and talk to you today. I spent about 10 years studying the ecology of reef fishes in the Bahamas, but this is the first time I've set foot in the Keys. So it's a really cool opportunity for me. The second thing is that this talk will dwell on the ways that we apply marine protected areas for management and conservation, and then how we design them to achieve those goals. But I should mention that since California has established their network of protected areas, my whole research program has shifted to evaluating the performance of marine protected areas. So I won't talk about that today, but I'm happy to talk about it in the questions and answers later. And then finally, I came a ways to get here. I have a hell of a lot to say, and so there's a lot of stuff on these slides. And I want to make clear that I've designed these slides with a lot of content because I'm hoping that Beth will make the presentation available to everybody as PDFs. Meaning, don't try to take notes on this presentation, but it'll tell you. Instead, just think about the questions that you have and realize that you'll have access to all of this information later. So, what I want to do is touch on 4 primary things. The first is a very brief comment about MPA goals and design and the importance of coupling those two. Then I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about the ecological foundation of both the roles and the design of marine protected areas. I won't speak about socioeconomics at all. I'm an ecologist. I have to stick with the ecology on this. And then I'm going to transition to talking about MPAs and ecological resilience to climate change. And in fact, that's what, as you'll see, we focused on, or I focused on, most recently when I was a member of the MPA Federal Advisory Committee. And then finally, close with some comments about climate change and marine protected areas. So first of all, with respect to MPA goals and design, I recently submitted an article that sort of did a history, a chronology of the applications of marine protected areas. They started in the States by being applied in hopes to enhance the sustainability and increase further fisheries production. And in fact, that focus came right out of here. Jim Bonsack's work and others that in NOAA Fisheries that were interested in applying MPAs as fisheries tools. As they did that, they started to realize that MPAs also had positive effects on habitat, which then made this shift to thinking about MPAs as tools for ecosystem-based management of fisheries. And then, as you got more and more thinking about their effects on ecosystems, they became embraced more as much as tools for conservation and ecosystem and biodiversity protection. And unfortunately, most recently, we've turned to thinking about MPAs as tools to help ameliorate the effects of climate change as well. So 2 take-home messages here. First, you can design MPAs to achieve all of these goals and objectives. And then secondly, and I really want to emphasize that you first figure out what your MPAs are going to do, and then you design them to achieve that particular goal, or any of these goals above. Okay, so now I want to shift to the ecological principles that create a foundation for both the purpose as well as the design of MPAs. And I'm going to talk about 4 elements of that. The first is the important role of habitat as the foundation for an ecosystem, and then those ecosystems as they support biodiversity. The second, and I'm going to spend a lot of time on this, is this idea of population and community connectivity, and I'll explain that thoroughly in a bit. And then talking about the importance of benthic, juvenile, and adult movement, and I know some of the subsequent speakers will talk about this as well. And then quickly, ecosystem connectivity as well. So with respect to habitat, ecosystems, and biodiversity, two of the most fundamental drivers of ecosystems are, first of all, their habitat type, and illustrated here. And I literally took this from presentations that I gave on the west coast of the United States, where you have hard substrate, including corals, and soft bottom habitats. And those habitat types, those geologic features, support different kinds of ecosystems, and those ecosystems support different species, right? So at this illustration, I'm a fish guy, right? So this is just fish as an example. But you can see that whether you're on a coral reef, a hard bottom, or a soft bottom, you support different species. And as you stay in that habitat and move across that depth gradient, again, you support different species. And then throw into it what we call biogenic habitat created by organisms, whether it's mangroves or seagrasses or corals. They too will support unique assemblages of species. So the point here simply is that if your purpose is to protect this amazing biodiversity, then you need to protect each of those habitat types that support the different elements of that biodiversity. You need to make sure that those different habitats, different geologic features, biogenic habitat, and depths are represented across the network of marine protected areas. So now I want to shift to connectivity. This slide right here is the most important slide I'll show you today. It's the most important slide I show when I teach marine ecology every year. And it stresses the importance of life history traits of marine species and how different they are from terrestrial species. So the first thing is that many species have very, what we call, strong site fidelity. Once larvae have settled into a place, they grow there and stay there for the majority of their lifetime, right? And that's in strong contrast to the fact that they produce young that are in fact carried potentially long distances by ocean currents. And that's illustrated here, where the production of young on a population on a given coral reef are transported away from that adult population to replenish a population somewhere else, right? So this has huge implications for how you apply MPAs, but it also has implications for how you design them, because it leaves that population reliant on the delivery of young produced somewhere else to replenish that population, right? So the implication for MPAs is that much of the larval production generated within a protected area will in fact be exported to replenish populations elsewhere, but it leaves those populations within the MPA reliant on production from elsewhere as well. This is fundamentally different from terrestrial species. Monkeys, cats, goats, wombats, you name it. I love tomatoes. And people produce young that remain with the adults that produced them. Those are what we call closed populations. That's why in terrestrial parks, as long as you include adults within the in the park, they'll replenish their populations. That is not the case for the majority of marine species. And one key implication, here's another example, an illustration of that phenomenon. And I want to focus on this for a little bit because I'm going to show you several of these graphics that I made. And so this again is this idea of population, sometimes referred to as demographic connectivity. And this involves the movement of individuals from one population or community to another. And as I just said, illustrated with the dashed lines, that's largely done by larval production and larval dispersal. So this brown bit, you're looking down a coastline. The brown bit's the land, the blue part's the ocean offshore. The green are these inshore ecosystems like seagrass beds and mangroves, where I am, kelp forest. Then you have shallow nearshore reefs, corals, or where I come from, kelp forests, and then deeper offshore reefs. And so the point in this first one is that the young produced in one habitat are dispersed to and settle in the same habitat, the same ecosystem, right, along the coastline. An alternative to that we'll talk about is where the young produced in an offshore habitat require nursery habitat inshore, from which they eventually migrate back out to the adult ecosystem where they were produced, but somewhere else, usually along the coastline. So this has, again, important implications for marine protected areas. It shows, again, that those protected area populations are reliant on production from elsewhere. And it also, as we'll talk about more, the importance of inclusion of multiple habitats or ecosystems within a given MPA. And this concept is what has driven or creates the foundation for this thought about MPA networks. Networks are MPAs that are ecologically connected to one another by the dispersal of larvae. And that's illustrated here, where young produced within an MPA or even outside an MPA are contributing to the replenishment outside the MPA and to adjacent MPAs if the MPAs are spaced from one another as a function of how far larvae disperse, right? So this is a way with a series of smaller MPAs, you can blanket the coastline with larvae that are being produced from those MPAs. And that's illustrated by this movement, and then again the production and dispersal from that next MPA. The next kind of connectivity that I want to talk about is referred to as genetic connectivity. As individuals move from one population to another, they carry their genes, right? And so genes are being transferred among populations and communities through the movement of those larvae. And importantly, across the range of a species, habitat or environmental conditions vary such that they support different genetic composition for a given species. And as we'll talk about, especially in the context of climate change, it's important to protect that genetic diversity, because it's from that genetic diversity that genes that are resistant to changing environmental conditions that will be selected for the persistence of a population or a species is somewhere across that gradient of genotype. So here, this coloration simply represents different environmental conditions, whether it's along the Keys or along the coast of Florida or across the Caribbean. And those larvae from a given genotype are being dispersed across that environmental gradient. So if you want to protect that genetic diversity of a given species so they have the capacity to evolve or adapt to environmental change, you need to make sure that the protected areas capture that variation in genetic diversity of a species. The third is community connectivity. And the important element there is that not all species have the same dispersal potential, right? So as illustrated by the red arrows, many species like corals have very short distance larval dispersal. Others, illustrated by the black arrows, have sort of intermediate dispersal distances. And then you have some, like lobster, whose larvae are out there for very long periods and disperse great distances along the coast. So if you want to protect a community, you've got species that have very different larval dispersal distances. How do you accommodate that when you're thinking about spacing MPAs along a network? And here I've illustrated those three different dispersal distances. And so starting at the top, the blue arrows are larvae that are dispersed vast distances. They're going to get to another MPA very likely, regardless of how far apart they are. Down here, the very short dispersing larvae replenish the same populations within that protected area. This is very cool because it turns out that many of the species that have short dispersing larvae, whether they're corals or algae, those are found what we call foundation species, species that create habitat for all the other species. They tend to have short dispersal, so those species will be self-replenishing within a protected area. But it's these intermediate dispersers, right, that are most important because they're not the ones that are likely to get from one MPA to another unless they're separated or spaced by the distance of those intermediate larval dispersals. So when we think about how far you separate MPAs, we don't think about the short dispersers or the long dispersers. You target those things that have intermediate distances that need to be accommodated in the network design. Okay, shifting to benthic juvenile and adult movement across all the different species. Again, here's examples from fishes, right? Across all those different fish species, they exhibit different home range distances. Home ranges are the distance that an individual will travel over its lifetime once it's settled into a habitat as a larva. And you can see that there's varying home ranges across the different species in the system. In the temperate system, as well as the tropics, the vast majority of species have very short, as I said earlier, very small home ranges. They tend not to move very far. But it's clear that as you make an MPA bigger and bigger, you will encompass the home ranges of more species, right? So there's this trade-off. The bigger you make the MPA, the more species that you're likely to encompass their populations, so that a large portion of those populations in the MPA remain within that MPA so that they can grow up, produce larvae that then replenish other populations. There's other movements. There's also, and again, talks on this later this afternoon, but 2 of 3 very important movement patterns are spawning and foraging migrations. And this is just a graphic that illustrates the movement of certain species between habitats in order to feed. These are examples of foraging migrations among ecosystems for a given species. And there's a whole bunch of species that are illustrated here. But the bottom line, the implication of these movements is that if you want to ensure that a species has access to those different ecosystems that it requires over its lifetime, then you want to encompass multiple ecosystems within a given protected area, right? And this also enhances representation of those habitats across the network as well. So the key thing there is to, and we'll revisit this in other ways as well, is that you include multiple ecosystems within a habitat. And the key way that we address that is this idea of ecosystem connectivity. So ecosystem connectivity is not just the movement of organisms like we just described from one ecosystem to another, but also the movement of materials, like nutrients. So for example, where I come from, kelp is really productive and the plants get ripped off and they go onshore or they go down deep, and that fuels detritus food webs in those habitats that have low primary production, low vegetation production. Likewise, mangroves, seagrass beds export a lot of that production out into nearshore habitats, and that fuels what we call a detrital food web that then other species become reliant on. And in fact, that movement of energy and nutrients ecologists refer to as subsidies, where one ecosystem subsidizes the productivity of another ecosystem. And this is much more prevalent in marine systems than it is on land, because stuff moves that much easier in the ocean than by water than it does on land. So it's much more important. And then another one is, as we alluded to, is that what we call ontogenetic movement, which is where the larvae settle out in these inshore nursery habitats, right? And then eventually migrate out as they get older to the adult populations offshore, say in coral reefs. And there's now been several studies that have shown that if you protect these multiple ecosystems within a given MPA, you increase the likelihood of replenishment of the adult populations through the nursery habitat. And this is especially important in climate change, where if corals bleach and algae take off, these herbivorous fish, the young of herbivorous fish that depend on these nursery habitats, move out, take out that algae, and allow for the corals to reestablish. So now turning to ecological resilience, to environmental change. So this was the last thing I did before they kicked me off of the federal advisory. They didn't, but I turned over on the Federal Advisory Committee. And they asked me to lead a group that would evaluate whether or not marine protected areas contributed to either the resistance or resilience of populations and communities and ecosystems in a changing global climate. And so we wrote a report. You can access that report at this URL at the MPA FAC Products website. And these are the members of the committee that generated that report. And so what we were asked to do, as I mentioned, is determine whether there's any evidence that MPAs can impart or enhance and I'll define what I mean by resistance and resilience of either populations, communities, or ecosystems to either human or just natural caused disturbances. And if so, then what management criteria or design criteria do we see in those MPAs that achieve or enhance that resilience? So quickly, this describes the definition of ecological resistance, what I'm going to show you. Imagine, so whether we're looking at the number of individuals in a population, or let's say the productivity of an ecosystem. That stuff bounces along through time, right? So if we have a disturbance, whether it's a hurricane, an oil spill, you name it, that system, whether it's a population, a community, or an ecosystem, has two potential responses. It either resists that disturbance or perturbation and just continues on its way. That's what we refer to as a resistant system, or it gets altered. And it may, in fact, never return to where it was before. So that's a lack of resistance. So what resilience is when a system definitely is going to change. And it's not resistant. And the question is, given that it's changed, will it return back to where it was prior to that disturbance, in which case it's resilient? Or will it get knocked off and remain in some other state other than what it was originally? That's a system that's not resilient. And typically, we're keen to have systems return to where they were before those disturbances. So that's why we're keen to try to make systems more resistant or resilient to whatever kind of disturbance they're exposed to. I should note that if you read this literature, oftentimes people incorporate resistance into the definition of resilience. So hopefully that won't get confusing. So a quick note about how you evaluate this. So one thing is to look for what I just showed you, right? That's the definition, so it's pretty obvious that you'd want to see whether a system returned to its pre-existing state after a given disturbance. The problem is we rarely ever see that. And the reason we rarely ever see it is because it requires monitoring a population or a community or an ecosystem for a very long time. over the period that it has experienced some major perturbation or disturbance. And there's just very few data sets, unfortunately, to actually see that. So alternatively, though, what you can do is ecologists know a lot of ways, a lot of mechanisms that impart resilience to a population, community, or an ecosystem. So instead, we can ask the question, do MPAs somehow influence or increase those ecological mechanisms that then enhance resistance or resilience? And so these are a boatload, but not all, of those ecological mechanisms. And we're not going to dwell on these, right? They're here for you to look at some point, but let me just give you some examples. We know that larger populations are more resistant and resilient than small populations. Small populations can be driven to extinction much easier than large populations. So in this case, if an MPA increased the size of a population, then it's increasing that mechanism of resilience, right? At a community level, larger communities with greater species diversity are also known to be more resilient. So we can ask, do MPAs increase the diversity of species within a community, and then infer that it's contributing to the potential resilience. And then likewise, larger and greater ecosystems of greater productivity are also likely to be more resilient. So we can ask, do MPAs do that as well? So we reviewed over 100 papers that looked at population, community, and ecosystems, and whether they enhanced any of those mechanisms. And we came up with a conclusion that yes, indeed, there's growing evidence for the enhancement of those ecological mechanisms that increase the resistance or resilience of either a population, a community, or an ecosystem. But like we expected, very few examples where they actually tracked a system and sought return. Rather, it involves looking at those, whether they enhance those ecological mechanisms, which is the way ecologists are really evaluating whether systems are more resilient or not. And then we asked, okay, well, if you saw this happening in MPAs, what were the features of the MPAs where that occurred? Obviously, one of the no-brainers is that they're well enforced or they have high compliance. And I should point out, this is not, I'm not just talking about fishing, right? I'm talking about other sources of human disturbance, including things like discharges of pollutants and other ways that humans have perturbed these systems. The older and larger the MPA, the more likely it has those effects, increases those ecological mechanisms. No-take reserves also. Those that included multiple ecosystems, not just, for example, a coral reef or a mangrove forest. And then those that were part of those networks that we described earlier, where they were contributing to the replenishment of one another over long distances of a coastline. So therefore, to enhance the resistance or resilience of a population, a community, or an ecosystem, these are the kind of traits that one would like to see in MPAs, either existing or in the future. Okay, finally, I'm going to close with comments about climate change. So species will respond to a changing climate in one of three ways. They'll either adapt, like we said earlier, if they're given enough time, and this is a function of the rate of changing environmental conditions, if they're given enough time, they can adapt to those changing conditions. If they can't, the most obvious is for those species who can move, get the hell out of Dodge, right? They're tracking those environmental conditions that are good for them to live in. And so again, that's either by the movement of adults or where the larvae disperse to settle out and reestablish a population. The third is they just die, right? Because if you can't adapt or move and the conditions get bad enough, then your population tanks. So There's a boatload of ways that the ocean is changing as a consequence of changing global climate. I'm not going to go through all of these. You guys are familiar with most of them. And the question is whether these, how do species respond to these changing ocean conditions, and how do you address that? So, as I mentioned earlier, some of the ecological consequences of those changing environmental conditions, whether it's lower oxygen availability, higher water temperature, higher salinity, higher acidity, low pH, right? The spatial patterns and timing of rates of connectivity will change, right? When species migrate seasonally, that's what we see on land. They change the time of year that they move around. The size of the populations will change, typically decline, but not always. Sometimes they'll increase in abundance where species distributions are shifting into new habitat. And then all of these other ways that species are the consequence of species in response to changing climate. I'm going to go now through 4 slides that sort of summarize these points. This was, again, another product of a report that we wrote for the Federal Advisory Committee. And what you'll see in many of these is they're redundant with everything I've said already. And I want to reinforce that. By making these MPAs and the populations and communities within them resilient, you enhance the resilience to climate change as well. So one approach is to create population buffers that enhance population resiliency. That means making populations bigger, producing lots of young that are replenishing populations up and down the coast is going to enhance resilience. So be sure that the MPAs are sufficient size, spacing, and protect those ecosystems that are required by species to crank up their numbers. Protect refuge populations, and what I mean by this is where you see populations of a given species that persist in what are already really stressful environmental conditions. So those coral species that are already doing well in higher temperature or higher salinity, lower oxygen levels, those are the populations that may be the most resistant to replenish all populations into the future. Identify those and try to protect those. Protect genetic diversity, like we said earlier, and we already talked about by distributing MPAs across a species range, you increase the likelihood of protecting the diversity of the genetic composition of a species. Protect the role of strong interactors, so whether it's a foundation species like corals that create habitat, or herbivorous fishes, like I said, that get out there and knock the algae down so that corals can recolonize, or key predators that will control invasive species. Make sure that those are incorporated and protected within the communities that the MPA is protecting. Facilitate shifts in species ranges. This is what I'm focused on now, is thinking about how networks create habitat, protect habitat, not create it, protect habitats so that when larvae are being dispersed to new areas, there's places where they can settle, reestablish, and that's what's going to allow species to shift their distribution into the future. And we see this a lot. We see populations moving from the equator toward the poles as things get warmer, for example. But you want to make sure for species that change their distribution by larval dispersal that you're protecting places for them to get to. And you're also protecting the genetic diversity that moves up into those new areas. Protect the strength of ecosystem connectivity. In fact, I want to mention importantly here too, if species don't move along the coast to find better conditions, they move deeper, right? If it's getting too warm, you go deeper. And so again, those MPAs that include both the shallow as well as the deeper habitats allow species to redistribute into those, what we call environmental refugia. So quickly then, I want to close with a couple comments about the roles of MPAs. In the scientific field, what we do is we're interested in just how vulnerable MPAs are to climate change, but also how you might apply MPAs to better understand and ameliorate the effects of climate change. And one is that MPAs, by trying to separate out other human impacts, give us a much clearer read on how systems are changing in response to environmental change. You don't confuse the responses to a changing environment with whether it's fishing or contaminants or whatever else that you might attribute those changes to, right? It's like an experiment. You separate out those other causes and you just look at the change due to the environment. MPAs give managers a tool to do that. And in that sense too, they become sentinels for actually studying changes in the environment and how the systems are responding to that. And that's what, along the West Coast, whether it's California or Oregon, that's one of the key roles of MPAs, is we are using those as these sentinel sites to actually monitor how the ocean is changing and the ecological responses to that. To close, I just want to point out that whichever of these different goals you've identified for a protected area, make sure that you think about designing those protected areas to achieve the particular goals that you're interested in. At the same time, recognizing that these are really strongly linked to one another, and a given MPA can help achieve multiple goals individually. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Mark, thank you. That was very good. We really appreciate it. We have some time for questions, so I'll take it to the council here. Chris?
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Carr. So, based on whether it's your experience in the Bahamas or through the MPA Center, my sense is that the marine sanctuary is on its sort of second lap around this adaptive management track, where we've set goals and implemented regulations, monitored, et cetera, and we're coming around for changes. I can't think of a lot of other places. Maybe the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. I just wonder if you know of many other places, or can highlight some examples of other places that are on that second lap. It seems like we're really early in this MPA and the associated science game, and I'm excited to be at this second lap here, but where else is this happening?
Yeah, great question. So like you mentioned, the Great Barrier Reef is one of the longer standing, and they're being reevaluated, adaptively managing frequently. So they're probably because of its longevity, the system of MPAs that has been evaluated and revisited the most often. Frankly though, where I come from, California, it wasn't a federal effort, it was the state of California created a network of 124 protected areas from Mexico to Oregon. And now those were established only about 5 or 6 years ago. A subset of them in the Channel Islands was established earlier. And so that's why I said that we're in the process of evaluating the performance of that network currently. So that's where, and with the intent of adaptive management, to really revisit and ask, are we seeing the responses that we predicted? Are we seeing the benefits that we were presumably going to see with the network? The next one I'll mention, I want to emphasize that network of protected areas along California were designed as a true network. I mean, they were literally spaced, like I said, based on the predicted or the estimated larval dispersal distances of species. And now, where that model is being redeveloped is on the coast of British Columbia in Canada. They're using the same sort of design principles that California used in trying to build out networks in BC. In all of Canada, actually, with their efforts to meet the 2020 targets, are revisiting all of their protected areas to see how they're performing. So you know, there's not that many that have been around, including here in the Keys, long enough to revisit and evaluate how they're performing.
Stefan? Who else has got their hand up?
So how do you determine the success of an individual spot when the connectivity is so important, and if you can't get from point A to point B, or there's a dam in place, or it's void, how much can you determine, are you successful in the individual areas and just not in between?
Right, yeah, excellent question. The answer there is sort of twofold. One is, if you're seeing the responses that you had hoped to see within that individual location, then two things are happening. One is you are in fact getting replenishment from elsewhere, as you prayed to God for, right? But it also means that if those young are growing up and doing well and producing young to export, that particular location is doing well as well. So luckily, you know, positive performance is a reflection or a function of both a well-chosen site as well as something that's being connected from outside. You know, importantly, and this is a real tangent, but where I am in this realm of networks, is that a lot of the replenishment to a protected area comes from populations outside of protected areas. It has to. Look at the proportion of populations that ever go into NPAs versus those that don't. And so when you see NPAs doing well and are being replenished, that's also a suggestion that you're managing fisheries well outside of the protected areas. If you don't manage fisheries well outside of the protected area, that will be reflected in the performance of the NPA as well. You can't separate marine protected area management from fisheries management. They're really united.
Beth?
So I was just going to kind of comment on what Chris was asking about. I think it was Hawaii's first attempt. It wasn't their second attempt at it, but they kind of came in and did a reef draft on the Big Island where they did some of these spatial NPAs as well, and they have shown some fish population increases and stuff like that. And it's about 120 or 130 miles of reef line, which is similar to our area. I don't know the details of it. I was just trying to figure out when that happened. It was 10 or 15 years ago, I feel like, and they've done some research on that, and have started to show some at least fish population increases.
Yeah, if I can expand on that, because actually the guy who did all that work is a good friend of mine, Frank. So, and those particular reserves were targeted at the aquarium trade species, and that's all. Right, all they did was protect the species like yellow tang, and as you can imagine, when those first few reserves went in for yellow tang protection, it hit the fan. But according to Brian, now that they've seen these really positive responses of those populations, knowing that the larvae are replenishing other populations, apparently that sector of the fishing community is much more supportive than they were in the past. And in fact, they were advocating for more of those protected areas.
I wouldn't say that it's a stretch to say the marine life industry has always been on the forefront of protected areas and stuff, at least here as well. I wasn't going to bring that part up, but since you brought it up, they've also closed the fishery over there, even though the science has said that those MPAs are doing what they're supposed to. So they've actually closed that fishery down. So even with being on the forefront of putting those protected areas in the face of science, they've still managed to close that fishery.
Speaking of social consequences, you know, the sanctuary, when it established its current regulations, also established a socio-economic set of studies and things to look at not only how the zoning affects people's bottom lines, but also how people feel about zoning, et cetera, et cetera. I guess I should just drop a placeholder. I hope we can get a presentation about that, whether it's whenever it fits. But I just wondered if you could speak to, I know you're an ecologist and not a sociologist or any other of the soft sciences, but tell us about socio-economic, what you know from the MPA Center, and tell us about what you know.
Well, but actually what I'll do is I'll instead apply my experience in California again. And two major elements of that. One is, and I'm an ecologist, right? But I have to say that the socioeconomic monitoring and consequence evaluation always falls short of the focus on the ecological performance. And that sucks, right? Unfortunately, it's just, you just don't see the emphasis on socioeconomic evaluations. And I'm saying that from my experience in California especially. But it is interesting, as I mentioned earlier, you know, the statewide network is a rather recent event, right? But prior to that, a bunch of MPAs went in around what are called the Northern Channel Islands off the coast of Santa Barbara. And that was a network of protected areas. And boy, when those went in, you can imagine. And the reason they went in is really because of the perceived fishing impacts, both commercial and recreational off the coast of Santa Barbara. And there were all these really dire predictions of how it would impact, especially the recreational fishery. And it turns out that it hasn't. And it also turns out that these increases that they've seen in populations within those no-take reserves have occurred simultaneous with increases outside the protected areas, though not to the extent that you see in the protected areas. So this is really important because back in the day, the thought was if you exclude fishing from one place, you're going to hammer the other places. And you should see a decline outside regardless of what you see in the MPAs. That work has shown that in fact both of them have gone up. And some of that may be environmental, right? Better conditions across the board. But it also may reflect that the MPAs are in fact contributing to the replenishment and enhancement outside as well. The bottom line, however, is that those fisheries are a lot of guys shut down about that time. So the fishery is not as big as it used to be, but those guys that are in it are doing very well.
Any other questions from the council?
Right here.
I think part of the importance of, if we're going to be successful in this process, we really do have to put a lot of attention on the socioeconomic. We're all involved in one aspect or another, and I think if you want to get the buy-in with the community, the commercial fishing as well as recreational as well as the tourist industry is, you know, those are the lifeblood of the community, and they do have to be, you know, seriously considered and taken into the mix.
Yeah, you know, speaking from, again, California and nationally, one of the impediments to that is that there are a few social scientists and economists that focus on marine issues. So in academia, I'm in academia, that's how I do this stuff, right, as an ecologist. In academia, there's so few social scientists and economists with that focus and interest. It's hard to get them to do the work that we're hoping to get done.
We need to recruit more.
Yeah, and we're trying.
Susie?
Yeah, I'm thinking ahead for what is to come this fall and coming out with our alternatives and talking about MPA sizes and such. So there's a lot of thought about, okay, we know what's the best case, ideal ecological perspective that includes all the suites of habitat. But we might come down to where there has to be enough public support to have smaller. So when you're talking about networks and connectivity and how far apart, we do have criteria, but that it can work, although they're more than 20 kilometers apart, possibly, or yeah.
That's fine.
So we want large, but we might have to settle with, depending on what's going on there. If it's a spawning aggregation, you get by with a square kilometer. And as long as it's 15 kilometers from the next.
Yeah.
So this is the type of thing that we can focus on in this coming process.
Right. Right. There's a mix of design criteria, again, for the goals. So, you know, if you're just protecting, in fact, I just got it too late. A friend, Bryce Simmons, does a lot of work on Nassau grouper aggregations in the Caribbean. He had sent me a cool video of tagged Nassau's aggregating, and they have purposely created protected areas in those aggregation areas. And so those don't have to be huge, right? But because you've defined them for that particular purpose, you can imagine a mix of different sizes. They don't have to be huge, and I didn't put a slide in here, but if you take what might be a massive marine protected area that encompasses all these different ecosystems and instead break it up into smaller protected areas along the coast separated by dispersal distances, then you reduce the socioeconomic impact because it's a whole lot easier to get out to places where you can fish if you have a coastline of smaller MPAs instead of something huge that you got to get around, right? And at the same time, the larval production from those smaller ones blankets the whole coastline. And it's not limited to the boundaries of that big MPA, right? So again, you know, there's these benefits of smaller is better. Not but big enough that you ensure that they're including all those ecosystems and protecting the species that you want.
Take one more question, if anybody has one? If not, I'm going to go ahead and thank Mark for his presentation and the information. That was very interesting. Well, interesting, you talked about goals and objectives, and that's exactly what we're going to do is we're going to kind of review some of our goals and objectives here so it can refresh our memory of what we've been working on for the last few years, because I've slept once or twice since then. Beth?
Good morning. So you've probably seen versions of this presentation many times over the past few years. However, in light of the soon-to-be-released draft environmental impact statement, we wanted to revisit particularly the marine zoning elements of the recommendations that came through the 3 working groups and through the advisory council to the agency. So just to revisit, and Mark actually touched on a fair bit of this already in his presentation, the advisory council, as you recall, you had overarching goals and principles for this entire review process. And I've just pulled a few of the highlights. The goals of this process and the review review of our management plan and regulations in marine zones to improve the diversity of natural biological communities, restore and enhance natural habitats, populations, and ecological processes. Reduce stresses from human activities by establishing areas that restrict access to sensitive wildlife populations and habitats. Protect large, contiguous, diverse, and interconnected habitats that provide natural spawning, nursery, and permanent resident areas. Minimize conflicts among uses, prevent heavy concentrations of uses, provide undisturbed monitoring sites for research, and ultimately achieve a vibrant, ecologically sustainable ecosystem and economy. So overarching for this entire process, these were the goals of looking at how we update the management plan, regulations, and marine zones for the sanctuary. Specifically, with those overarching goals, the Advisory Council, you guys identified 9 priority issues, and I've included them all here. However, today the goal is really to highlight the objectives and outcomes from the 3 working groups that looked at the marine zoning elements of the sanctuary and management of the sanctuary. So the Advisory Council, you guys created a working group that looked at shallow water habitats and wildlife protection, one that looked at coral reef ecosystem restoration, and a third that looked at ecosystem protection, the larger ecological reserves, sanctuary preservation areas, and wildlife protection. So just to remind you, this is our current marine zoning scheme. It's at the scale of the entire Florida Keys, so difficult really to see where you're sitting. But throughout the Florida Keys tract, we have several different marine zone types along the reef line, sanctuary preservation areas, which are primarily designed to separate conflicting uses, while also having the benefit of protecting habitats. They are zoned, they have mooring buoys to allow users to moor instead of anchor. We have wildlife management areas, shallower areas, protecting shallow water habitats, wildlife including birds, nesting, roosting, nesting turtles, and the like. And we have larger ecological reserves. The 2 most prominent, Tortugas Ecological North and South, and those are the larger contiguous habitat areas. So specifically, just a little bit more of a highlight, Western Sambo Ecological Reserve there. Carey's Fort is an example of a sanctuary preservation area, a smaller zone separating conflicting uses. Here is Conch Reef, which both has a sanctuary preservation area as well as a research-only area, managed as such. And then West Content Keys is an example of a wildlife management area where vessel restrictions that are intended to protect the habitat or wildlife that use that area. So this is just now I'll go through the objectives of each of those working groups. So the Ecosystem Protection Working Group is really charged with looking at the sanctuary preservation areas, the special use areas, which are the research-only areas right now, and the ecological reserves. Evaluating those, are they working? Are they in the right place? Should we modify the existing? Should we propose new? Are they, for the ecological reserves, are they protecting the whole life cycle of species, interconnected habitats, fish spawning aggregations, and the like? Also looking at, for the regulations, the existing regulations that apply in those areas, are those sufficient? There are some exceptions to those regulations, and examining those. For example, bait fishing in sanctuary preservation areas, and in 4 of the existing sanctuary preservation areas, there's catch and release fishing, or trolling. Second working group, Shallow Water Wildlife and Habitat Protection. They were really charged with looking at the existing wildlife management areas. There are 27 wildlife management areas, And are they doing a decent job in protecting the habitats and the wildlife? Should they be modified? Should there be new areas because of impacted ecosystems or sensitive wildlife? They were also charged at looking at concentrated uses. So in secular terms, the purdy zones. So where lots of uses are concentrated, how can marine zoning maybe protect the ecosystem from those concentrations? And finally, they had an objective specific to look at salvage operations and if there were any recommendations to address the impacts of those higher impact uses. And finally, the Coral Reef Ecosystem Restoration Working Group, they were charged with looking at potentially a new zone type, a zone to actually promote and facilitate active coral reef ecosystem restoration. And also looking at how to facilitate those restoration activities through regulation or permitting. So these are definitely a high-level summary of the objectives of these three working groups. They met over a period of a year and a half to provide recommendations to the advisory council, to then provide recommendations to the agency. I've just put up the list of data that they had access to as they went through their process. Includes information about corals, habitats, fish, and human uses, the socioeconomic elements. The working groups also, staff helped to provide some analysis for the existing marine zoning scheme, and as recommendations were made, how that would change the zoning scheme. So for example, how much of the different habitat types are included in the existing marine zones, and if you change that through your recommendations, how does that change what habitat types and how much of the various habitat types are protected. Some of the other features, high relief reefs, resilient reefs, threatened and endangered species, particularly coral species, fish spawning aggregation areas, coral cover and diversity, fish abundance and diversity. So these are some of the data sets that the working groups used, as well that the agency is using as we look at and analyze the input we received and develop alternatives for marine zoning. So out of that year and a half process, the working groups provided recommendations to the advisory council, and from the ecosystem protection working group and from the council, the agency received recommendation to modify 11 of the existing sanctuary preservation areas, ecological reserves, or special use areas. And this could be a modification in the spatial area or regulations applied. So what is allowed or what is restricted in those areas. They proposed 7 new marine zones, capturing new habitat types, capturing important ecological processes, for example, fish spawning aggregations. They removed exceptions. They recommended the removal of exceptions, so bait fishing and the catch and release by trolling in the 4 spas. And the regulations recommended range from limited access or anchoring to provide additional protections for the habitat, and to no access, no take, research only type areas. The shallow water working group, looking at the wildlife management areas, recommended removal of 2 existing zones as they were no longer needed because of shifting environmental conditions after, I believe, Hurricane Wilma. They looked at the existing 27 areas and modified 19 of those. And again, for this working group, it could be a spatial change, so changing what area is protected and or what regulations are applied in that area. So a lot of the wildlife management areas have vessel restrictions, idle speed, no wake, no motor, some are no access. And so based on the impact to the resources or goals for protecting the resources in those areas, do we need to modify what restrictions or access is allowed? They proposed 24 new marine zones, again, really focusing on where does the habitat need additional protections, and/or the wildlife resources? And their regulations recommended mainly idle speed, no wake, no motor, some temporal restrictions, and some no entry. Finally, the Coral Reef Ecosystem Restoration Working Group identified that the entire reef tract should be eligible and should be looked at for ecosystem restoration activities. However, through that process, they did identify and prioritize 36 sites. And in this area, there's a lot of work continued to be going on with looking at coral reef ecosystem and ecosystem restoration as a whole in light of Hurricane Irma and the recent and ongoing coral disease event. And so this working group's work is still being looked at through these processes. So just as reference, all of the work from these working groups are compiled into documents that the advisory council had. They are on the website. I have the links here simply because you can't capture everything that the community and you guys contributed to in over that 18-month period in a PowerPoint presentation. And they're phenomenal reference material to see what the basis of decision making was and the process of getting to where we are today. And so for those 9 issues, each of them has a different document that is great reference as we move forward. So finally, I am going to introduce now the next 3 presentations. And so our state partners, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, great state partners doing a lot of the research and foundation of knowledge for looking at our existing marine zoning scheme, the ecosystem of the Florida Keys, and they were active participants presenting to these working groups the data they had at the time, and today we'll be seeing some of that data, but updated data that the working groups used in making their decisions and recommendations. So John Hunt is his presentation, Shallow Water Habitats and Their Ecological Importance. So I've pulled out some of the goals of the advisory council for this process and that working group, really looking at undisturbed monitoring sites for research, so proposing new areas in shallow water areas for research, and developing recommendations considering existing regulation zoning to further protect shallow water habitats. So that was one of the objectives of that working group. Tom Matthews and Alejandro Acosta will be giving the next presentation on Western Sambo Ecological Reserve. So how has this reserve operated, and some of the main goal for that I pulled out specific to this presentation is the goal of protecting large, contiguous, diverse habitats that provide natural spawning, nursery, and permanent resident areas. And finally, Danny Morley will provide a presentation on understanding fish aggregation sites and the specific recommendations or objectives for this from the working group, recommending new or modified ecological reserves to ensure protection of diversity of resources, including spawning aggregations. So the next 3 presentations, I've sort of keyed them back to the goals of this process.
You're ahead of schedule. Awesome. Beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. That's right.
Well done, Beth.
So thank you, Beth. That's a great review of what we've accomplished in quite a couple of years ago. So.
And I do just want to say, as you can tell, I know what the entire process and what presentations might be a good resource that were given to the working group, to the advisory council. So as if you have any questions or want more information, and Mark noted his presentation will be up there, we really have tried to have the website serve as a good resource for the advisory council, for the public, It's not always easy to know where things are or what might be there. And I would take any phone call or email. If you have questions, I can steer you to information. I'd rather you have the information than not have you give me a call or email me. So.
Yeah, true. If anybody has not looked at the site recently, it is jam-packed full of this information. I mean, it's relatively easy to find. I'm not kind of computer challenged myself, so if I can find it, you can find it. So, Mark, I do have a question for you. Did you, in your MTA work, was the Florida Keys part of any of that you were looking at? Any of the stuff that John Rush's done, particularly out in the Tortugas, with the tracking of the spotting aggregations and things of that nature?
Yeah, the answer is no. Because, the spawning aggregation phenomenon is not nearly as strong in temperate species as it is in tropical species. So it wasn't as applicable, even though we were very familiar with that work.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna, Chris?
Question or comment, I guess. My recollection of the process and in your description, you're talking about the zones where the spas where you're allowed to take fish, and I think you said that the working group and the staff recommended that be removed. And I don't think exactly that we did that. I think that the process was that the working group of the SAC said to the SAC, here are the things we want to be evaluated in the draft environmental impact statement. And the SAC said to the staff, here are the things that we want to be evaluated in the environmental impact statement. And we want to know what would the ecological and economic consequences of removing that or changing that regulation be. And I just wanted to make sure I understand correctly that that's where we're at. We've made those recommendations. You all are coming back with the PEIS that maybe didn't evaluate everything that we asked you to evaluate because it was a lot. I don't know. But that's where we're at. We haven't yet said, the SAC hasn't said remove those waivers for bait fishing. We may say that at some point, we may not, I don't know.
Correct. So the process, those recommendations from the 3 working groups came to the advisory council. For the most part, the advisory council saw the great work that these community working groups did, forwarded that on to the agency for review. In some cases, for each of these elements, the advisory council added or modified their own recommendations. And so those resolutions have that information, that additional recommendation you gave the agency. The agency has taken all of these recommendations and is transforming that into the draft environmental impact statement or restoration blueprint that will include a suite of alternatives. Status quo, no change, and a range of alternatives. And that range of alternatives will include the environmental and economic analysis. And that is what is so important to get public comment on, public engagement on, and once that is released is when we will have the process for the advisory council to engage on final recommendations. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Beth, for good clarification. Also, the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation is doing an economic analysis of the whole process. But I'm not sure, I was just talking to Sarah about it, if it's a socio-economic analysis. I'm assuming it probably will, but I want to get clarification on that. But they're funding that economic analysis, and it's what's going on right now. So as we move forward with where we're going with this process, we're going to have that information also to give us a perspective on that economic impact. So, all right, with that, let's take a break and get back in here at 10:45. Okay, we have John. John's the head of our local Fish and Wildlife office here in the Keys. And he tried to retire and they recruited him back, so they're not letting him go. Because he probably knows more about fisheries in this county than he, but John?
Well, except the fishing. That's a good point. So good morning, everyone. So these next 3 presentations will be updates of presentations that we have given to the working groups. And so many of you have seen this presentation and the next two in slightly different forms, and many of you probably have listened to them more than once. But for some of you, this will be new information if you're a new Sanctuary Advisory Council member, and it can be a chance for you to get a sense of some of the science regarding these different habitats and such. And I don't know how you're planning to structure this. It looks like we have a discussion time after lunch for these talks. And maybe if we're lucky, we can get that done before lunch. We'll just happen to see that my boss calls me a ponderous, so that means I take a long time to do stuff. Apparently I have that reputation. So that being said, I'm going to talk about the shallow water environments of the Florida Keys and their ecological importance, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our sponge restoration and where that is. And if there's anything that I want you to take home from the shallow water environment is that these habitats of the shallow water are critically important to us. Doesn't matter if you're a commercial fisherman, doesn't matter if you're a recreational fisherman, doesn't matter if you're a marine life collector, doesn't matter if you're a diver offshore, doesn't matter if you're a conservation. Without these habitats in very high quality, we here in the Florida Keys are in big trouble. And so to the extent that the issues and recommendations from the shallow water working group, or in whatever they were, which honestly I don't remember all the details from those times. This is a habitat for everyone to think about a whole lot. So what we're going to do is go through the different types of habitats there. And so there are multiple different habitats in this shallow water. I've already talked about topic number one, and I'm going to talk about beaches, which really means sand and shallow seagrass. I'll talk about seagrass beds separately, and what we call the nearshore hard bottom. So this is the hard bottom in Florida Bay and the hard bottom along the nearshore sides of the ocean side of the key. So let's first go to oceanside beaches. And in oceanside beaches, there's two habitats. There's sand and there's seagrass. And so we're first going to talk about the sand habitat, and I'm going to go back to a seining study that was done by our lab and Alejandro's group. In particular, the scientist was Dirk Snodgrass. And it was seining done on these oceanside beaches. Now, he had a specific mission, which was to try to find juvenile habitat for bonefish, but the bigger mission of understanding this habitat. So there are some of the fish that are very, very common in that habitat. And so he got 120 species of fish, including bonefish. See, Ross already staring at me here, so I'm going to remind everybody, at the time we thought this was volpies, alveolar volpies, which is the larger bonefish that people are interested in fishing. It turned out, once we could do genetic analysis, that it's the other species. We found the other species of bonefish. But that doesn't take away from the importance of this habitat. And obviously various snappers and permit. And in fact, if you take a look at these species groups, this is a year-round recruiting habitat. In the summertime, the snappers, grunts, moharas, wintertime, bonefish, drum, etc. And these nearshore pelagic are very, very abundant in there. And of course, there's a little baby permit that was in one of these things. We're going to come back to the comparison between sand and grass in a little bit, but the same critically important habitat are these beachside seagrass beds. And we focus mostly in the ocean, but there's plenty of beaches, especially in the backcountry, that are really essentially doing the same thing. This happens to be in front of Cocoa Plum, not too far from here. We have an ongoing, still going on, seining with, and as you can see, monthly since 2006, to determine the abundance and distribution of settlement stage and juvenile snappers, etc., in this shallow marine environment. Our purpose is to have this be a fishery independent index for stock assessments, but if you think about it from an ecosystem perspective, it offers a lot as well. And so these 4 snapper species are recruiting to these shallow, and when I say shallow, I mean this deep, 2 feet deep, 3 feet deep, on these beachside, and you can see from a year-to-year perspective when they are arriving, when they're abundant, and the year-to-year differences in year class strength. Again, for stock assessments and fishery management, those year-to-year differences are important for our thinking, knowing that they're there year after year after year after year, and thinking about if we want to have good, high-quality shallow water habitat to support these fish, is really the thinking that I would talk about inside this group. The same story for the grunts, and so there are the 4 species, 5 species, that are abundant and showing the same type of information. But they're also diverse. So just take a look. We have flounder, we have seahorses, we even have an invertebrate. Yay! And you folks know fish better than me, and so I'll leave you to identify these. But the point is, there are a whole bunch of different species. Now, this is actually a new slide that you haven't seen before. And I just want you to compare these 2 habitats. So we have sand here, and we have seagrass here, still on the oceanside beaches. We have a list of fish, and they're ordered in abundance in the sand habitat. So these anchovies, these nearshore pelagic, had a density of 50 fish per 100 square meters, calculated from our seines, and going on down. And then what I've done is taken a few groups to show you the differences. And so these 3 groups of fish were the most abundant in both, but you'll notice that in the seagrass they're not as high as they are here. An important difference are the permit and bonefish. Permit, there were 7 permit, well actually 8 permit per 100 square meters in the sand, and very rare in the seagrass. And in contrast, grunts were substantially more abundant. These juvenile grunts, gray snapper more abundant, blue striped grunts more abundant. There's some other more subtle differences. The point I want to make here from this, though, is that if you have one of these and not the other, you don't have an ecosystem. And so in this nearshore habitat that is so critically important to us, managing to maintain, if you will, an admixture of high-quality sand habitat, which means, nice, clean sand, and high-quality seagrass habitat in a patchy distribution even at like the local cocoa plum level, if you will, is going to have a better outcome for us than just one or the other. And I'll use Jack Carr Flat, what's it also called? Schoolhouse Flat, also here in Marathon. Richard Grathwall always called it Jack Carr Flat, because it used to be a Jack Carr hotel right there, the same chain that has the Jack Carr at West End, Grand Bahama. The Jack Carr Flat is one of these nearshore, shallow water, sand, seagrass habitats that the more patchy it is, the more likelihood you're going to have, just as I said, about a healthy ecosystem. Okay, so now we're going to go to what we're calling shallow water seagrass beds, which are really just those a little farther offshore, both in the bay and the ocean. This goes back to a trawl study. I just noticed how red his back is, Alejandro. I had not noticed that before. Huh? Yeah. So, who is that? Okay, I'll find out later because I'm going to have fun with this. But that being said, so for some time period, our lab conducted bottom trawls throughout the Florida Keys, and in these seagrass beds. And once the RBC coral reef stuff became more active, we kind of shifted our focus to there, also for a whole other variety of reasons as well. So those are locations of the trawls that we did, and there were 800 of them, and you can see the numbers. And so this is the primary outcome. And by the way, if you want any of these publications, just let us know. We can send you the science publications themselves. But I think a major take-home point is that so this matches this area here, this matches this area here. Florida Bay would be this area here, and then these are the nearshore ocean side. And the first thing to notice, when people talk about Florida Bay, they sit and they talk about Florida Bay. When I talk about Florida Bay, I think of it much more expansively. And I think of it really as all of this, and we can, talk about the backcountry, but if we think about the bay side of the Keys, look at where the greatest densities, fish per 100 meters squared, are in these trawls. Here and here. That's 11, that's 9, compared to 3. So the bigger the circle, the more fish. And those habitats are critically important, again, with every fish species group that we have. Either under-studied, probably under-managed, under-thought-of habitats. And they are critically important juvenile habitats. That doesn't mean to say that for a lot of species there are adults present, and in fact there are. But they are critically important juvenile habitats, both the seagrass and the nearshore hard bottom. Now, trawl certainly has a little bit of a bias because the bigger fish might escape it more, so there's a little bit of a caveat there. But if you look at the size of the lane snapper that were trawled up in that study and compare it to the size at maturity of 270 millimeters, which is out here somewhere, on these nearshore, shallow, bayside, and even oceanside habitats, there's one heck of a lot of juvenile lane snapper. There's your habitat for lane snapper. And that's just one example. I could go through a litany, but there's the take-home message. And then we finally have the nearshore hard bottom habitat, which is very extensive on the bayside and tends to be closer to the Keys. The seagrass, the more dense seagrass beds tend to be a little farther from the Keys, and the hard bottom tends to be a little closer to the Keys. And it covers 60,000 hectares, or a little more than 30% of the entire nearshore habitat in the Florida Keys marine ecosystem. And it too is essential fish habitat. We have done, in this case, visual surveys over the years in this nearshore habitat with 186 species that we've identified, and it is critical nursery habitat for many species of reef fish. So if you think back to Dr. Carr's presentation earlier, where he had some arrows sometimes going in, they go into in what would be in California, these estuaries, and then popping back out again. Well, this is it. This is where that arrow is coming into, because if we think about these species that are, well, maybe not pinfish, but I mean, some of these are aggregation, so gray snappers and aggregation fish, other aggregation fish, their larvae are recruiting into this nearshore habitat. And if you think in terms of networks, we should be thinking about what this habitat contributes in total. And so these are 32 sites that we sampled in one study. Again, a little while ago, but we're still doing some of this work. And this too is a critical nursery habitat for juvenile fish. And so we have red grouper, lane snapper, and gray snapper as three examples. Again, I can do a whole litany of fish species. But note, there's your minimum size. I think it's the minimum size at maturity, not the point of where 50% are mature, but the minimum size at maturity. And 68% of this species are below that minimum size at maturity, but the minimum size where 50% are mature is 91%. The point being, with these percentages, that this nearshore habitat is a critically important juvenile area for these species and many more. And in fact, this is important habitat for all kinds of marine invertebrates as well. Dieveney in the nearshore areas, in fact, in the nearshore parts of the Florida Keys, that's one of the locations where Dieveney have recovered more than offshore. Of course, lactis, cucumbers, this isn't the one that was harvested for a while, I don't think. Squid, a little small squid, and our friends, the stone crabs and lobsters. So our fisheries are dependent upon this high quality habitat. So let's turn to spiny lobster, because after all, spiny lobster is one of the critical ecosystem components of our ecosystem, and it's a critically important fishery species, and we don't need to talk about how much that is, but I think everybody in this room understands that. And so these are just a few pictures of different stages. For those of you who don't know, this is the recruitment phase of the spiny lobster. It is the phase that swims in from as far as 20 kilometers offshore, can actually smell coastal waters, and will swim into these nearshore areas and settle at the right time of the moon phase. This is a flowerless or maybe first stage juvenile in its primary settlement habitat, meaning this particular algae. And so these post-larvae preferentially settle into red algae that's abundant in this nearshore habitat. So when you see this kind of red algae, this Laurentia and some of the other Ceramiales, it's the only way I really have to say it, the family of red algae, you know you're in a good place. And then the slightly larger ones utilize many different shelter types that are abundant in good high quality hard bottom habitat. From sponges to some of these small coral heads, to rock ledges, solution holes. These fish, these lobsters, along with some of the fish species, will excavate these solution holes, and they'll be more effective doing that in a high quality coast, shallow water habitat. And remember, each one, just about everything here is another organism. So we also heard in that first talk about these benthic organisms. They are the structure for the habitat. So it's not like just a bunch of rock ledges. It is actually other plants and animals that are providing that structure, and they are at risk as well. And this is just to show you in some of these different size classes, from about an inch carapace length to, 2.5 inches or so carapace length, kind of partitioned. What types of structure do they live in? And what you quickly see is that loggerhead sponges are a very special place for a juvenile lobster. And as they get bigger, having enough excavated solution holes makes a difference as well. Not to ignore everything else. This is a loggerhead. And so that leads me just to talk a little bit about sponges and how critical they are to the coral reef ecosystem of the Florida Keys. We have loggerheads, we have bay sponges in this nearshore habitat. They have associations with many microorganisms that transform the water chemically. They change the chemical nature of nitrogen, making it more immediately available, which helps manage nutrient concentrations. They have their habitat for animals that live around them, and their habitat for many commensal animals, meaning those that live inside the sponges. We're going to talk a little bit about how important that is. Remind everybody that we've been dealing with a lot of blooms of cyanobacteria for a while, and that those blooms cause the die-off of sponges, the mortality of sponges, and they have been repeating kind of on a quasi-continuous basis. This is not the only area, but the area that gets hit most often. And what happens when we lose them is a loss of ecosystem function. This is the chemistry, this is habitat. Not sure what that is. Okay, oh no, that's crab, okay, from the side. And of course, the commensal snapping shrimp. And so, we're going to focus in on these commensal snapping shrimp. And the reason why I'm going to do this is that we always talk about habitat, but these shrimp inside are a major sound producer. And it turns out that that soundscape is critically important for the settlement of just about everything that goes there. And so I first want you to listen. We'll see if I can do this. So here's healthy habitat, and this is a place where the sponges have died off. So if you can just run those and put the volume up. You heard a fish? So there's your snapping shrimp. So we can just go ahead to the other one. Ignore the background hum.
Keep going. Go back. Oh, let's go back. Okay.
Okay, we'll just go to the other one. silence reigns. So there's a soundscape comparison. So Jack Butler, when he was a graduate student, he's one of our scientists now, did his PhD on the soundscape of Florida Bay. And one experiment that he did that was very clever is he took a collector, a larval collector, these same lobster larval collectors that we use, but he used it for a different purpose. And he put collectors in low quality, no sound habitat. And then, and some of those low quality, no sound habitats, meaning this, he actually took recordings that he had made from high quality habitat and played them. So there was no habitat per se for these shrimp, for these lobsters, for these mollusks, everybody to settle in. And he played that, and he just did it for one night, well, multiple times for one night. And you already know the answer. When he played sound in this low quality habitat, the recruitment to those collectors of post-larval and settlement stage organism was equal to what you get in this area. So if we don't have these sponges and we don't have those snapping shrimp in an area, for us, there has been a complete change in the ability of that portion of that nearshore habitat to support the nursery function that I've been talking about being critically important. So we are trying to address this, and thanks to all the folks on, I can, the Nature Conservancy, Bonefish and Tarpon Trust, Florida Keys Environmental Fund, a couple of grants from EPA, trying to think of all the different possibilities there that we've received funds, working with others on sponge restoration, and we've had some setbacks. Irma was a setback, other setbacks. One of the blooms was a setback. So getting to this number of 15,000 has proved to be a bigger challenge for a small research team in the FWC. But right now we have these sponges, almost 15,000 of them ready to outplant in a first, what we used to call large scale, but given how we've shifted in the coral reef environment to what we used to call large scale is now not large scale. This, I'll call it an intermediate scale sponge effort for restoring in the nearshore habitat. So we're working on it. So in summary, these are important habitats, and I think I can leave it at that. And so, as you consider whatever is in the EIS, just remember how important this habitat is for all of us. And I don't know if you folks want a few questions now or how you want to structure it.
Why don't we go ahead and do the other two presentations, John? And
Okay.
then see if we don't really have time scheduled for questions here. We have seen this before, but we're going to bring out the lunch, we can do that.
Okay.
And we can come back and do questions all together.
Okay, so, all right. So the next presentation is a combination of Alejandro and Tom. I guess Tom is going first on Western Sambo Ecological Reserve. So that is
You guys want to see lights?
Thank you very much. A couple of good shout outs. John sort of covered the life history of lobsters. Mark covered their recruitment and things. So of course I'm doing a presentation on the Western Sambo's Ecological Reserve. This is work we started in '97 when it was first established. Did through 2012 3 major projects. One, a basic survey of lobster population, how many they are, how big they are, things like that. A very interesting study on acoustics. So we put a tracker on the back of them and be able to track their activity approximately every 90 seconds. That was a real eye-opener to us on just how active they are, things like that. And then another project on lobster aging using a chemical called marcopushin. The more you know about lobster aging things, it's just the basics you need to know about how many are out there, how far they grow, and things like that. Unfortunately, this methodology was about $1,000 a lobster. The new thing we're working out is we think we can actually age lobsters much like you age fish. They have ear bones, hard parts, and we can actually see bands in those. Who knew lobsters have inside their stomach? You can cross-section those teeth and actually count bands. Unfortunately, we don't know where to start counting. And so we've done a lot of experiments with isotopes of barium and things like that. And in a few years, hopefully, we'll have that done. And it will greatly allow us to much more economically, at the cost of just a few dollars a lobster, start to understand the age, which is very important in a place like Western Sambo Ecological Reserve. So, of course, this is the work we're doing. A little bit about the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve. The dark areas here are land, Boca Chica, mostly known for the Naval Air Station here, near shore hard bottom that John just covered quite a bit. The remnants of Hawks Channel, this mud, soft bottom area, it's not nearly as strong here as it is off of Marathon here, where it's up to 40 feet deep and a very soft, sandy bottom. And then you get into what we think of as a little bit more of the interesting stuff, some of the coral and reef hatch reefs here. This is a very dynamic mixture of coral outcroppings, rubble where the lobsters would forage, and the seagrass itself. Of course, what we think about the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary the most is the coral reef environment. And honestly, because of our history at New Key, one of the first places that was protected where we got to study lobsters, we thought of this as a very critical habitat for lobsters. We went there, the males would be there, they'd set up territories, we saw mating systems develop. And something this work helped us understand is the effect of this deep outlier reef, which is, of course, outside the southern boundary of the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve. Established in 1997, 11 square miles. The concept was to protect this broad area of interconnected habitats. And the idea was there would be a permanent or semi-permanent residence to support fish and other marine life. And of course, other marine life for me is finding lobsters. As I mentioned, we started studying in the very first year it was protected. So this was really, it was created, we had the summer, which is a closed fishing area. So we were there at the very beginning, but really before the effects of protection took place. So 1997 can be considered a baseline. We measured lobster age inside and outside in 2003. So this was only about 6 years after it was first created. So keep that in mind when I show you some of the age stuff. It was only 6 years after. It's not like you're looking at the age right now. And we did the immigration and movement using that acoustic telemetry for many years, from 2003 to 2012. So again, Boca Chica, the habitat. So we did study areas inside the ecological reserve, the patch reef area, the fore reef, and then we looked for a control area. So as we do this work, we wanted an area that was similar but nearby. Turns out, middle samples was too close. We got a lot of spillover. We saw a lot of larger lobsters that weren't there previously. Eastern Sambos is a protected area. So it turns out Pelican Shoal was the best open fishing area to act as a control, an area that wasn't under protection. It had the fore reef environment and, as you can see by these very faint lines, a very diverse and robust patch reef environment. So I'll do a lot of comparisons from patch reef to patch reef, inside and outside, and from the fore reef to the fore reef. So the large area, the green, is the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve. The brown area is fished, and small are the combination of spas, the other protected areas. So these are all protected areas that were relatively small. So the large one is approximately 100 times bigger than these small protected areas. The take-home messages, and these are only grouped for convenience, these 3 years, these 4 years, these 3 years, in both the fishery and these small protected areas, there is really no net change in the number of lobsters. The small spas weren't created to protect lobsters, they're created to protect the core corollaries, And lobsters are only retained there for 2 or 3 months at a time, and then they simply wander off. They're capable of moving in their daily movements to and from those areas. So small spas have almost no role in the protection of lobsters, but they do allow a diver for someone to go and actually see a lobster. So there are lobsters there on almost any time you dive, but we don't believe there's any fishery protection at all for lobsters in these small spas. Not true for the larger Western Sambo's Ecological Reserve. There is a very steady increase in the number of lobsters. Now this variable, I've been the scientist you have to talk about. We basically look for lobsters like anyone else would. You hop in the water and you go to a set time period. It's a very effective way to count lobsters. If you define an area, you actually end up searching a lot of sand and things like that. So this was a very nice way to do a head-to-head comparison between open areas, small, large, and fished areas. The abundance increased, no change in the spas, and the size of the Western Sambo was, we believe, the major difference here. Pelican had really no change in the population over time. We came back a few years later, from 07 to 2012. We essentially did the same work, but this time we actually did it using an area-based measure. The area-based measure is much superb because we know how far, we know how big the sanctuaries are, we can then extrapolate the entire population. So this is the methodology we used here. Western Sambos, we had about 40% males, 50% and unknown. It's not that we didn't know this actor, but we couldn't touch it. The lobster got away from us. So those are the small animals that simply got away from us. So comparing this column, the Western Sambo's Ecological Reserve to Pelican, this was sort of, we believe, the stable condition for lobsters in the Western Sambo's Ecological Reserve. Densities, this is a 500 square meters. You can think of that as about a 50 by 10 or 20 by 20, a little bigger area. And there are about 32% more lobsters on the four-reef, FB stands for four reef, back reef connected area. And the patch reefs, there was about a 20% difference. If you look at the Western Sambos, patches, pelican, and the four reef, it's about the same ratio of males to females. The pelican patch reef is mostly males. And the next slide sort of helps you understand a little bit what's going on. So even though there's only 20% more lobsters in the patch reef environment, here's the patch reef for the Western pelican is this, below 70 millimeters. Legal size, 3 inches, 76 millimeters. So almost all the males, lobsters, and even for that case the females, are small lobsters in about the half-pound range. That legal animal is about 3/4 of a pound. Reproductive size is really about a pound and things like that. So pelican, even though it only had 20% fewer lobsters, had much smaller lobsters that were really those animals that are sort of even below the fishery size. At the four-reef environment, males are about 6 millimeters bigger. That's 1 or 2 full molts. The females are here. Reproductive size is about 76 millimeters. So many of the females on the four-reef were reproductive. They were not in the pelican areas, and certainly in the Western Sambos. This is the big striking difference here. The largest lobsters we're now seeing in the Western Sambos are in the patch reef. Totally unknown to us when we're just working in the protected leafy environment. So that these large animals, these males, are setting up territories in the patch reef for the reproductive output was something that was allowed because of the connectivity of this environment. A little bit complicated. Males and Western Sambo versus pelican. Here's the year of the study. So starting in 2007, going to 2012, and here's size. To make it a little simpler to look at, the blue are the animals over 100 millimeters. This is a nice 2-pound lobsters. These are big lobsters, all reproductively mature. So to compare the males, the pelican area does have a few. In the fishery, we think about less than 10% of the animals reach 2 pounds, but a full 20% in the Western Sambos for those large 2-pound males capable of setting up territories, driving off the little males so they don't get the girls, and doing a full reproductive system. For females, This is 80 millimeters right here. Very few lobsters are actually even of reproductive size. In the western Sambos, you do have a handful of females. They're not really increasing in abundance anymore after 2007. So this graph is an important reason we think that by 2007, the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve was fully mature for lobsters. They weren't going to get more, they weren't going to get bigger. It sort of had reached some sort of dynamic equilibrium. The number of lobsters coming and going was sort of equal, except of course they're bigger. The bigger lobsters are now probably spilling over into the rest of the sanctuary and open to fishing. Large females, certainly they were not present at all, almost the females in the open fishing area, but now there are some large females. But we were a little surprised when we were looking at this size structure, that why aren't large females, even after 6, 7, in this case, 10 years of protection, more abundant? And now, working with the neural-light infusion. All of us have neural-light infusion inside of us. Our nerve cells that we keep our whole time metabolize, eat sugar and stuff, just like everything else, and that builds up in our body. In nerve cells, we can't get rid of it, so it builds up. It gets trapped, and these light, shiny things under a green light fluoresce back at us. A diet high in antioxidants reduces this, hence why we might live longer with a good diet. We did some laboratory stuff. We grew lobsters in the lab, so we knew their age, and there's a very nice relationship up through 2 and 3 years. It gets a little weird after a little time, but there's some variability. But for the animals we're looking at, 0 to 3 years, it's a very nice relationship. Now, if there's a problem with this function, it's a lot of art. The person who worked this out, Matt Sheehy, developed this technique, and anytime you change technicians, they do it just enough different that the results aren't comparable. Fortunately for all of these studies, Gary Maxwell, who still works with us, did all the work, so the data was very comparable. We actually had some lobsters from the same batch that were a few years older that we tried to continue this. That person did it totally different, and the relationship didn't work. That's why this methodology isn't used very much right now, because I can't hand it to another researcher and get the same results. So it's good career longevity for Carrie, but again, it's a very expensive methodology to use. And we're very much looking forward to using the oxytocin in the lobster. So that's the background of the methodology. Here's the results. So in the Western Sambos, we caught 100 lobsters in 2003. In the fisheries, we caught 100 lobsters. We caught 10 lobsters in each 10 millimeter size category. So this isn't a map of the population. It's just a head-to-head comparison. 70, 80, 90 millimeter lobsters, total overlap. So what's going on in the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve? It's a tiny little place in the entire lobster population. The number of lobsters that come into the Keys overwhelms the population of the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve. And so we get these 1 and 2 year old lobsters that might have high abundance or low abundance in the individual year, and those come in, and that makes up about half the lobsters in the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve. So the Ecological Reserve is usually driven by high or low abundance in the rest of the population. That's the biggest factor still controlling the number of lobsters in the area. But now look, animals over 3 years old, by a factor of 3 to 1, in the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve, the lobsters are abundant. There's only a handful of lobsters in the fishery that reach 4 and 5 years of age. By far, the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve has the oldest lobsters. They're not necessarily that much bigger, but they are definitely older, and age is important. On average, you can only see that Western Sambos lobsters are about 0.8 months, or 0.8 of a year, or about 9 months older than the rest of them. Again, because there's that huge population coming in every year. Now here's a true map of the population. We took that individual data, we modeled it. Here is the fishery, females and males. 95% of the animals are below 2 years of age. This is a very intense fishery. Lobsters should live to be about 20 years old. Our fishery, not counting the tortugas, harvest all of these lobsters, or at least in the low 90s to high 80s of these animals. Basically, they are legal size. Most of them have not reached reproductive size. In the Western Sambo's Ecological Reserve, and remember this is 2003, 6 years after the Ecological Reserve was created, approximately half the lobsters, 45 for females, 54% for males, are now over 2 years of age. Reproduction in lobsters is not really based on size, even though size is the regulation. It's more likely based on age. Lobsters need to be about 2 years old, probably 22 months to reproduce. So we've now got half the lobsters in this area are reproductive age and reproducing. So this was striking information for us. There's a handful of lobsters that are very old, and I'll get to some of these summaries. So about 30% of the lobsters in both these groups are now 2 to 3 years old. So for about 30% of the population, we've afforded a full year of protection. About another 15% of the population is 4 or 5 years old. So we've given in excess of a year protection to about 15%, a year protection to about 30% of the population. A shout out to Dave Hotoff, one of our great volunteers. He's putting together a receiver, an acoustic receiver. So this doesn't pick up the general sound of the environment like John was just talking about. It picks up the very specific sound of a radio tracking signal we have. So for fish, which Alejandro will talk about some of this, so this will be part of his introduction. We do is insert the tag into the belly, do surgery to close it. For lobsters, we simply glue it using an epoxy to their back. Fish, of course, because that's internal, retain that tag for many years. For lobsters, we simply glue it to their back and they lose that tag when they molt. A lobster's really molting about every 4 months, molt 3 times a year. So we get to track them for that 90 days or so. We tag them, we release them into the environment. We have the VR2 stands, so we toss these lobsters out, we have the receivers there, and we hope we hear something. We pull this stuff back when we think the study's over, and we get the results. One of the first lobsters we ever tagged, this is the boundary of the Western Sambo's Ecological Reserve, the eastern boundary. The D's are where the receiver stands were. This is the benthic map, so this would be a patch reef. We caught and tagged the lobster right here. A month later, we dove in and caught it in exactly the same place. A little depressing that the lobster didn't move. And then we pulled up our VR2. Each ping here is where the lobster moved. So that was where we tagged and found the lobster 32 days later, and this is what it did over that every night. Can't tell much looking at this, but if you break it down, it sort of had a daytime shelter area, and then it had 2 foraging areas. So every night it would basically go to one of these areas and forage, and that was pretty much the lobster's day. Very nicely, looking back at this one, you can see this lobster really never left. That's sort of its entire monthly foraging area. So essentially that's why this lobster was fully protected for that month, really never left the protected area. So that study was done about right here. You can see sort of that same mapping here. We did this for more than one lobster. We did it for about 70 lobsters. So during the day, lobsters would stay here, and then, the shelter habitat, and this particular lobster generally always moved to here. So these little short movements are the daily foraging movements. So every day, it would skip a few, every night, it would go off and forage and then return to, in general, the same area. Often not the same den, but the same general area. This was a female with eggs. We tagged her. A few days later, she made this migration to that outlier reef. Stayed about 3 days, presumably released the eggs. We actually don't know what happened. Came back to, in general, that same patch reef, stayed for 25 days, and then did that migration again. That 25 days at summer water temperatures are how long eggs last. So we think this is pretty good evidence of 2 trips from the daytime shelter area out to this outlier reef to release those eggs. And remember, this area is outside, past the southern boundary of the ecological reserve. Other lobsters, In this case, one that was on the forereef, living in the coral during the day. On the forereef, lobsters tend to walk north into the back reef habitat. And again, they do this on a daily basis, but this lobster, again, moved to the forereef every 25 days, presumably to release those eggs. So this is pretty nice evidence that this lobster had at least 3 clutches of eggs. And we ended the experiment on the day it probably got up, so that might have been a 4th clutch of eggs. But I think conservatively, we can talk about this lobster had 3 clutches of eggs. Other work we've done, we've realized that older lobsters reproduce earlier in the season and have multiple clutches of eggs. The first year a lobster has eggs, she usually only has 1 clutch, and that's some of the work we did. So older female lobsters produce multiple clutches of eggs, and of course that produces more eggs for them on their own. We also tagged lobsters on that outlier reef once we sort of discovered it was there. Those female lobsters tended to walk even a little bit deeper, but then they were generally residents on the outlier reef. So we've got lobsters that were residents in the patch reefs, on the forereef, and on the outlier reef. All of them tended to walk a little bit south to release those eggs. That just seems to be now something we understand that female lobsters do. To summarize that, they move to oceanic waters to spawn. Basically, all of them are leaving the protected area to do that. And this north-south migration is related to the increased age of the females. Older lobsters are reproducing more often. Wrapping it up, the level of protection provided by the Western Sambos Ecological Reserve is related to reserve size, configuration, and multiple habitats and life history. By life history, these females have certain movement patterns that tended to be north-south. Something I didn't go into is male lobsters defending territories walk east-west. It's a long, narrow reserve. We didn't protect males, but we certainly had enough large males there that they carried out their task of very effectively reproducing. And very importantly, overall abundance in the ecological reserve is dependent on high or low abundance in the keys. Every year, using fishery landings as the metric, we land between 5 and 8 million lobsters. 5 is a bad recruitment year, 8 is a good year. So the population changes by almost 50% every year here. And it continues to vary in the ecological reserve. As I mentioned before, after 6 years, about 30% of the lobsters were at least 1 year older than the fishery, and 17% were 2 to 4 years older than those lobsters in the fishery, or actually 4 to 5 years total age. Lobsters utilize every habitat in the ecological reserve. They're moving through these frequently, so in that sense, they're a wonderful organism to talk about connectivity and how each of these environments is important. The increased size of male lobsters and the increased age of the females, older females produce more, larger males produce more sperm, and so when a large male mates with a female, she has more eggs. There's more sperm to fertilize those eggs. So the presence of large males is extremely important to total reproductive output of a female. When we talk about the Western Sambos lobster population maturing, abundance increased very nicely for the first 10 years for every lobster we looked at, but then after 10 years, the number of males in those patch reef environments actually went down a little bit. What happened was these large males during the reproductive season are territorial. The big males set up big territories, mated with all the females, and sort of drove off the other males. Those animals were probably then left to spill over or went to other habitats. But in the mature population, we still had more lobsters, but not as many as on the forereef. But the important thing is these were large males capable of reproducing with the females in a much more effective manner. And then this brings us to and I think we're waiting for questions.
No.
No, we're waiting for questions. Oh, yes. So don't wait. Thanks, Bob.
Good morning, everybody. Basically, what I'm going to do is try to bring some perspective for what everybody has been talking here, especially Dr. Carr this morning and what Colin just mentioned about the Western Sambos. So keep in mind when you're looking at the size on the hat here, and try to think and relate to what everybody has been mentioning before in the morning presentation.
Your clicker is right here. And it's the bottom button.
So we're going to be talking about the fifth component of this project when we're trying to evaluate the Western Sambo Ecological Reserve. Basically, when the Lobster team started working in lobsters in that area, we saw an opportunity to try to incorporate how to see the behavior of fish and how the reserve was going to respond to fish and fish protection. In this case, we're going to be talking about mostly snappers and groupers because that species can have commercial value. But we monitor all the species that are in the area. We use two approaches. We use what is called the underwater fish count, and John mentioned the RBC. This is a multi-agency program in which we go. It used to be annual, but now we go every 2 years to monitor the point count of the fish population throughout the Florida Keys, and then we also want to use acoustic telemetry to try to see and estimate the horn range and see how the horn range of these species are related to the size of the protected area of the Western Sambo area. The visual survey, and here you can see all the area that we're going to be covering is what we consider the lower Keys. This is the Western Sambo, and this is the only point that we survey throughout the years, throughout the data that we're going to be presenting. But we probably survey around 80 to 90 sites throughout every 2 years for that. We do 15-minute surveys, we collect the species, length, and number. It's a 35 random sample, so we don't go to places that we see there is fish, but we have a habitat map and we allow to computer generate random sites that where we're going to go. We have to use a protection level what we call protected and unprotected. And the goal is to try to estimate fish densities and length frequency to see how this one has been changing throughout the year in the different areas of the Florida Keys. We have a manuscript and presentation where we describe all the protocols and all the methodologies that we use. Here we're going to look at some of the data that we found in the Western Sambo. And it's going to be split in five slides, 2 of them referring to groupers and 3 of them referring to snappers. And as I mentioned before, we can do it for almost any species of commercial or non-commercial value. In this case, we pick out this one. And we can see, for example, the red bar is unprotected, the blue bars are protected. And when we look at density of red groupers, throughout the year from 1993 to 97 to 2014 to 2018, we have seen that Western Sambo has provided substantial reserve effect toward red grouper. You see it for all the different sizes and also you see for any fish and target and the size. You can see an increase of the largest number of red groupers in this area. So we can say that Western Sambo provide protection for the stock adult and the adult populations in that area. But that's not the case for all the species, and all, like it was mentioned by Dr. Carr, it's going to be related to the species, habitat, and multiple situations. In the case of black grouper, we don't see a detectable, we don't see really an effect of the protection of the reserve. And probably is that because black grouper is a species that is less territorial than red grouper and tend to migrate and move into different habitats. So when we conduct the survey, we may not be seeing those species who are transient and moving on. Going back into, those are the 2 cases that we have for, I decided to pick for groupers. Now we're going to see the snappers. We have limited time, but we can do any species that we want. You see this gray snapper, and here we see a very similar result than what we saw with red grouper. Red snapper, gray snappers is more abundant in the reserve area. Also, the largest one are more abundant on that. And that's why, because as we talk about the habitat and the different type of habitats that we find in the reserve, gray snappers tend to be occupying all the different habitats that we have and can found described from the back strip all the way to the edge. So in this case, we can see that gray snapper is being benefiting from the substantial for the reserve instead of it's being beneficial for the reserve. And then going back to, we go to yellowtail snapper. Yellowtail snapper is a little bit different. We see a moderate effect on the reserve. We see the reserve is playing a role in protecting yellowtail snapper. But again, we don't see thoroughly all the yellowtail snapper is being beneficial from that because of the size of the border of the reserve. We see that a lot of the yellowtail snapper is spill over into the edge and deeper water where more fishing is taking place. So we see an increase, but it's probably not a substantial increase than we saw in gray snapper just because the movement of yellowtail out of the reserve. When we look at mutton snapper, we don't see really an effect of mutton snappers in the reserve. We see that the numbers have been very similar inside and outside, and throughout the years have been inside and outside, except with 2014, 2018 here. And as you can see here, we did the analysis considering larger or equal to 16 inches. And we know that in 2017 there was an increase on the size capture for mutton snapper to 18 inches. So probably this can be, I don't know if that we are able to detect that, but this is what the data is showing us, and there has been an increase in the last 2 years. We also know that mutton snappers for visual points and visual sensors analysis, there is species who are not fancy, so they are not really there and they are moving, and they can be avoiding drivers and all that. But we also know that probably they use this area for as a residential type to go before they do migration to the foreign aggregation sites and things like that in the area. Moving to the acoustic telemetry approach, we felt we needed to have an idea what was the home range of these species that they are using the western Sambo at the size of the reserve enough to protect these species based on the home range. At that time, when we did this, we decided only to do groupers. So we did 32, we had 36 groupers, and include red grouper, black grouper, nasal grouper, golaya, and cat. For that, we do hook and line and fish traps. And what we did, like Tom mentioned, we implanted a Bento ID tag that allowed us to be detected through the network we are and they established for the lobster group to monitor the movement and the on rate of these species. We try to do some tag other species, and we try to do with the snappers, but the snappers were more difficult to do the tagging at the time, so we concentrate the efforts to do it with groupers. And here we have a representation of the western Sambos area, and we have an average estimation for 3 species of grouper: red grouper, golaya grouper, and gat grouper. As you can see, the horn range is very small. Black grouper even have a horn range and is a little bit smaller than that. So depending on where you do the tagging and where you tag if you're close to the border and all that, you may have an impact of how these species move in and out, and how the protection will be taken, how the size of the reserve will be really protecting these species. If you look at a horn range analysis for the red grouper, and we have red grouper tag more into the patches area and more into the edge, we can see that the horn range is basically very similar for both of them. It's around 2 kilometers than they have. And all these different colors are the different percentage of the horn range, how much they are closer and out of the core area. And we can see if we tag in the patch area, that red grouper will be moving basically between the reserve, so it will be protected all the time and it's there. But as you do the tagging closer to the edge of the reserve, you will see that the movement may be going outside the reserve and the protection for that fish will be gone. And we can see here that we have a whole set, what Tom referred to the outlier. And here was a whole set of deer too, and we start seeing that the closer you are to the border, you see those snappers, those groupers moving out and going back and forth into the area. So they were visiting this outlier area that was not really protected by the reserve. In the case with the black grouper, we have few black groupers that we tagged, and they were also tagged around here. And we can see that black grouper, even though they spend most of the time within this area, a large percentage was out of the reserve, and the movement was done parallel to the sides of the reserve and going to other areas. Black grouper, I'm not giving the video of black grouper, since they move more, they are more transient. So they don't tend to be that territorial as red grouper. So we would expect that those fishes were going into deeper water and back and forth using those different habitats, and they were really protected by the reserve. So they told me this was very quick, so yes, I tried to do that. So we can see that when you establish we use two different approaches. One approach would allow us to monitor the impact of the reserve and the efficiency of the reserve over time. And that was the use of sensors. That's something that we were able to do throughout the years. And we can see the pattern that has been established by different species. All the different species, this is not a single species unit, but you're looking at hundreds of species. And each one of them will have a different pattern of how they use and how they benefit from this reserve. Even small species like dancerfish, depending on where you do the tagging and depending on the size of the reserve, they will benefit of a larger or smaller reserve depending on the migration and the home range that they use. In here we can see that more mobile species like yellowtail snapper, mutton snapper, and black grouper in this case, we have a moderate and no reserve effect of the size of the western sandals at this moment. But when we go into species like red groupers, who tend to be more territorial and resident areas, they probably will benefit by this reserve or any reserve, depending on where you do the tagging. And species like, for example, like gray snappers will benefit a lot and these two will benefit a lot about the habitat and their combination, because those species will tend to be more established throughout the whole reserve, because it will go from the shallow area to the deeper area, depending on the genetic phase of that species. So a gray snapper and other species can have multiple genetic movements in an area like this will probably benefit. Like exactly more or less what Tom said, level of protection provided by the Western Sambo Ecological region is directly related to the size of the reserve, the configuration, and the habitat that the species use. And it's a very important thing that when we're working on marine reserves, and we have to understand the movement and behavior and the home range of the species in order to account the size and the design of the marine reserve, because based on the species home range and a species like history, we will be able to have more benefit from this kind of reserve establishment. So, it was a quick presentation.
Okay, last but not least, there you go.
All right, thank you for having me there. I promise I'll try to not promise.
Well, but just can't help ourselves. We'll talk later.
We'll talk later. I'm here to give you an update on fisheries aggregation works that we have been doing. Some of the story will be familiar, some of it will be new information. Thank you, Dr. Carr, for setting me up really well today. If you want to know why fisheries aggregations are important, here are the keys. Certain species of reef fish aggregate, form large groups in order to reproduce, and sometimes that's the only time that these animals reproduce. These are very predictable in time and space, and thus they become very easy targets, possibly for overt exploitation. So in 2000, Lindemann et al. Described possible spawning aggregations throughout the Keys based on landings and communications with commercial fishermen. He identified two areas as multi-species aggregations for snappers, but I do want to emphasize throughout all of this, there was more information on snappers, very little information on groupers. And those two areas were Riley's Hump and Dry Tortugas and Western Dry Rocks area off of Key West. We have been studying these two areas for quite a while now, and we have used a variety of different approaches, and we have partnered with a lot of different people. So the information I'm giving today is not just FWC. We have partnered with a lot of different institutions and used a lot of different resources to try to get this information. For those of you who might not be familiar with this, the Dry Tortugas is one of the first areas I would like to talk about. And this is a map of the Dry Tortugas about 70 miles west of Key West and the different management zones. The Tortugas North Ecological Reserve and the South Ecological Reserve were established in 2001. The park here, which is this shape right here, in 2007, they implemented this shape here, which is the RNA, the Research Natural Area, and that started in 2007 as a no-take marine reserve that complemented both the Tortugas North Ecological Reserve and the Tortugas South Ecological Reserve. So all three of those zones are no-take marine reserves. We wanted, as an agency, to examine the connectivity between these newly established marine networks. And we chose telemetry as one of the ways to examine this connectivity. So Riley's Hump was a well-known historic spawning aggregation site, but they hadn't seen the numbers of mutton snappers there that they had previously seen right up to the implementation of the protection. We decided to focus on mutton snapper and look at that connectivity in the region. So, as you know, we use acoustic tags, there they are. We actually tagged our mutton snapper underwater to avoid barotrauma. So we, at Riley's Hump or other areas of the Dry Tortugas, we would do the surgery underwater to reduce handling time, to allow them access to shelter and habitat immediately after surgery, and to ensure that we're not causing them barotrauma or temperature stress or anything like that bringing them up to the surface. We used acoustic receivers, a whole network of them, in order to track these fish. So basically it looks like a sun pass. As the fish swims by that's specially tagged, these are 4 feathers long. And this is our network out there, where if you look here, all of these red dots were FWC acoustic receivers. Some of the yellow dots belong to our partners at Milton Lab. And these were spread out through all of the management zones, both protected and open to fishing. We were able to tag 55 mutton snapper in total. 21 of those fish made multiple migratory trips to Riley's Hump during the course of our study, and 12 of those fish were resident of the RNA. So what this looks like is, here are, here is the red dot that's going to represent just one fish in our study. Along the top, you're going to see the timeline. This is during the spawning season, and obviously we have the full moons marked. And if it goes, this animal stayed in the RNA. Shortly after we tagged it, it kind of moved around a little bit. And then it went out to Tortugas South Ecological Reserve right around the full moon. It would stay approximately 7 days, and then it returned to pretty much the exact same spot within the RNA. It would stay there the remainder of the month, and then about 2 days or so before the next full moon, it made the journey again. It stayed for again approximately 7 days, and then it would go back to the same area within the RNA. So this movement happened not just this year for this fish, it happened multiple years during our study. And what we were talking about earlier today about network reserves and covering different types of life history habitats. So this animal had a foraging habitat, This animal had a foraging habitat here in the Research Natural Area that it stayed in for the rest of the year. But during spawning season, it made the movement out to this historic spawning aggregation site in the Dry Tortugas South Ecological Reserve. It would be protected for both parts of this part of its life history. Unprotected here, but for most of the year when it's foraging, It was protected, and during its spawning it was also. And like I said, this was not just the case for one fish. We actually had this pattern for multiple fish. So this is an example of 4 more individuals who made this journey from a protected foraging area for most of the year out to the spawning aggregation site at Riley's Hump and back. And if you look at these little, if you look at these lines, those are actually the multiple years that they made the trip. So some of them made it in 2009, 10, and 11. So for the first time ever, we were able to say that when you are at these aggregation sites, it's not new fish coming in every month or even every year. It's the same fish coming back year after year after year. So they have high set fidelity. And in 2009, so 8 years after protection was put in place at Dry Tortugas, we actually saw and documented via video spawning at Riley's Hump. So this is the first time in anywhere in Florida that mutton snapper was documented spawning in Florida waters. You may have to click on it for me.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, there we go. And for those of you who don't ever see this often, I don't see it very often either, there's a large group of about a couple thousand fish at the bottom. And these subgroups break off and they go up towards the surface, and it's usually a female or maybe even a couple females and a larger contingency of males behind her. And they go up into the water, the female releases her eggs, the male releases their sperm, they swish their tails around and they say, good luck, guys. So we knew that mutton snapper were back. The aggregation was back at Riley's Hump. It had not been documented in almost a decade. So we were pretty excited about this. And then we started thinking, maybe other fish also like to use this area. So we knew that the mutton snapper were down here at this certain area of Riley's Hump. And we started looking for evidence of other animals that might use this area as a multi-species aggregation site. And what we found was that, yeah, other animals like it too. So these are ocean triggers that were building nests in approximately the same area as the mutton snapper at approximately the same time. So you'll see triggers and muttons all around in here, and some barcats. In addition to that, we also used other types of equipment because divers can't actually go everywhere. So in deeper water, we placed passive acoustic hydrophones, and this was work done by Jim Lacascio with Moat Marine Lab. And we also placed some deep water cameras, and we found that we got some elevated number of grouper calls in one area, and we also got some videos from our deep water cameras of Cubera snapper in another. And so what this looks like is that's the video from our deep water camera looking at the Cuberas. And then here in this graph, this is taken from Jim Lacaccio's publication. And what it shows is black grouper, red grouper, and red hind. These animals make noise, including courtship calls. And in February, March, and April of 2011, and again, February, March, and April of 2012, you'll see a peak in their courtship calls in that area, indicating that they probably also use this area for reproduction. Now, why do we care? Because of larval transport. So the red dots are larvae, represent larvae. This is a model that was generated by the University of Miami, and it was looking at larvae that would have been released in the dry tortugas under specific ocean conditions for July and August of 2008. So this was using the actual current and wind information from that time period, and you can see where those larvae ended up. They tracked it for about 30 days, which is roughly a little bit longer than the average duration of a lot of these reef fish larvae cycles. And you can see that those animals, if they were to release their larvae out in the dry tortugas, they don't stay in the dry tortugas. And they could actually enhance fisheries in other parts of Florida. So we were pretty excited about this. And we presented it to our commissioners last year in 2018. And based on this evidence, with other evidence like the RBCs and fish counts and other animals that were tracked as well, like West tracks beaver sharks as well. All of this information came together, and our commissioners decided that this marine network out in the dry tortugas was working. And it was working really well. And because of that, they decided that they would allow the RNA to remain a part of this marine network because it's protecting such important foraging habitat for a lot of these animals for the next 20 years. Which was kind of really a big deal. So hooray us, marine networks covering different types of habitat, different types of life stages of the animals can indeed work. And you don't necessarily always need them to be incredibly long. But it does help some. So we decided, as we were doing this work at in Dry Tortugas, to look at spawning aggregations throughout the rest of the Florida Keys, and we rapidly realized that working in a no-take marine protected area was really nice. And it was a little more difficult to work in areas that were open to extraction. So we took Lindemann's information. We also talked to some fishermen ourselves, had other people approach us to ask us questions and offer up their information. And we went up and down the Keys for about 4 years looking for spawning aggregations. And we used aerial surveys, we used split beam and multi-beam sonar data, we did diver observations, and like I said, we found it's really hard in some of these areas to get close enough to these areas to get good information, to be able to get back for repeatability. And we decided after 3 or 4 years of this, we decided maybe direct diver observation is not the best way to document these areas. Maybe we need to go a different route. So in 2014, we shifted away from direct observational approaches, and we began some other types of approaches, indirect approaches. And we started focusing more and more on Western dry rocks, because as we went up and down the Keys, Western dry rocks, even with our limited ability to get to certain areas of it, still consistently had higher densities of fish and had a higher diversity of animals that were showing up on a regular basis than some of the areas, say, off of Perry Split in the upper Keys that we were also trying to study. So we decided to focus more on that area. So like I said, we had diver observations through Western Dry Rocks area. And while we were there, we noticed large numbers of gray snapper, mahogany snapper, yellow goatfish, spadefish, and permit. They were consistently there during their spawning months. We did not have as consistent data outside of that time frame. This is also known as a popular mutton snapper spawning area. And this picture was taken in 2015 near Western Dry Rocks around the full moon during mutton snapper spawning season. And there were a lot of boats there. So this makes putting a diver down for direct diver observation a little lengthy. So we decided to move to telemetry and use that information to get some more data for this area. And in 2014, we had partnered with multiple agencies to extend our telemetry reach. So what you're looking at here is a map of the Keys. And after we were on Marathon, we maintained about 77 receivers up and down the Keys. FWRI also joined ITAG, which that acronym magically turned into ITAG from the Integrated Tracking of Aquatic Animals in the Gulf of Mexico. ITAG, yes. And they have additional receivers on the ocean side. And then we also partnered with Bonefish and Tarpon Trust, and they put out additional receivers, mostly on the flats and the shallow water habitats throughout the Keys. So between all of these agencies, we were able to have over 200, almost 250-ish receivers in the water. So we're going to focus in the lower Keys, as I said, and this is our study site. So Florida Fish and Wildlife maintains the ones that are in circles, ITAG are the ones that are in squares, Bonefish and Tarpon have the triangles, and we wanted to look at if these animals, what type of use they had of this area, especially the groupers, because while we had visual information on a lot of the snappers and the yellow goatfish, we didn't have any real information on the groupers. And like I said, Lindemann et al. In 2000, there was very little information on grouper spawning as well. So we tagged 18 grouper between 2014 and 2016. We tagged 10 black grouper, 2 of those fish we never heard from. We tagged 5 Nassau grouper, 2 gag, and 1 yellowfin grouper. And this is a plot of their detections over time. So if you look here, the triangle is when the animal was tagged, and you can see when we detected it on our array out there for fish 1 through, we didn't hear from 11 and 12, up to 18. And the biggest interaction that we saw for those receivers near Western Dry Rocks, we analyzed the data for patterns in moon cycle, like was a full moon more important than a half moon or a new moon. We analyzed it for time of day versus night versus dawn versus dusk. And the largest factor for whether or not that animal was going to be detected in our array was actually time of year. So the way you read this is, down here are the months, and the months, obviously January starts at 1, and then on the y-axis is the probability of presence. So the probability they were detected within our array around western dry rocks, which was that reddish box that we had out there on that map. And so 1 is going to be 100% probability that they were being detected, all the way down to 0. And if you look at the winter months, technically November, December, January, February, March, April, and then they kind of start declining in May. But that's when we had the most likely, the biggest interaction to them with our array. So all of the species that we tagged, they were always very present during their spawning season. And during the summer, not so much. So what does this likely tell us? Western dry rocks is probably a multi-species aggregation. We have diver observations of large numbers of multiple species during summer spawning months, which is the spawning months of those species. And then we have aerial surveys to show that it was a popular mountain snapper spawning site. And then our telemetry work showed that grouper were more likely to be present during the winter, which are their spawning months. And with that, we can go to lunch.
So I just want to make one quick comment. We'll break for lunch. John, when was it we had to go in front of the governor? What year was that? When we first put the RNA in, they gave us 5 years. Jeb Bush.
That was 2006, probably with the governor, and it became effective in 2007.
Okay.
Maybe 2007.
So we did that. They gave us 5 years, and they gave us another 5 years. So it's really great news now that we got the FWC, the commission came to say, we're going to do this for 20 years. But it was somewhat temporary to prove that we could make that thing work. So, you guys did a great job proving it worked. All right, let's break for lunch and get back here at about 1:45 or so. Okay, that would be dangerous. Presentation. Okay, we're going to pull the panel. We're going to have a panel discussion up here. Get all these scientists up in front of the room. They won't have the dog show.
You have to share.
So we were saving all our questions.
I just need my own.
How many are there? So I don't know.
Bruce, use the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll grab it.
You're good.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Come on. Nope. Nope. That's the point.
Channel 9.
All right, who has questions? Dan?
Well, it's not really a question, it's just, once again, the SAC sits there by and listens to what I think is some compelling reasons for having marine protected areas and protecting fish. We're not trying to stop fishing, we're just trying to make it so we can continue to fish and understand it better. And, how does it get out of this room and make a difference? Because, we can get into these hearings, we're ready to go, but the people that need to be hearing this are not necessarily hearing them. It's just frustrating. Because, the stuff they're saying, the stuff my experience, I'm like, yeah, this seems like a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
It's working.
There's not a light on here.
It should be working
Anyway, that was just, it was more of a comment. It was great stuff, and every time you come, John, you guys get better and, better stuff, better.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I'll only say that we're willing to do these types of presentations in other settings. We just find to be the ones that set them up, So I'll respond to your comment level.
Thank you. I love the presentations that I've been adjourned. Really appreciate, I think some of the folks in the room aren't as knowledgeable about the specific definitions that you guys are using for the terms you use. Can you please tell us what you define as an MPA versus a marine reserve or a no-take reserve? Because those are very important things and they are separate.
I'll start with that. And a marine protected area is really this broad umbrella term for any spatially designated area where protection has been defined for some specific purpose, right? And that's where it starts to get a little gray between, a conservation MPA versus, say, a fishery closure, right? Which is also spatial, but at least in most cases, the intent is for those fishery closures to be temporary, right? They're meant to hopefully rebound a stock so that then you can get rid of that spatial closure. Whereas protected areas, I think one of the key elements is they're more permanent. And then a no-take reserve is one type of marine protected area that just restricts. And interestingly, now that you brought it up, so we tend to think of no-take strictly in the context of fishing. I don't think that's the case anymore. Take is take. Take is impacting what's in that protected area, no matter how you impact it. So whether it's sediment discharge, whether it's pollution, or development, an oil platform is what we think about on the West Coast. So those are all forms of take. And so, it's trying to restrict any of those activities from those no-take areas.
A little better for you. Okay. Joe?
Well, let me just kind of add to that a little bit, just to be kind of explicit with South Florida and my agency. So we think of marine protected areas across that entire spectrum, and we have a general philosophy in our agency. I would call it that, of trying to ensure appropriate access for people that utilize the marine environment. And so in terms of marine protected areas, there's certainly the no-take marine reserves, which are most of what the sanctuary has been. But we also look at it more broadly, and you folks have heard me talk about our plans in Biscayne National Park for a long time and various types of things. And in fact, we are in the process of treating Biscayne National Park as not a no-take marine reserve, but still as a special location, which we don't use the term marine protected area, but I think it's a valid term in that location, where at some point the fishing regulations will be different than the surrounding area. And so there's that whole gradation, and hopefully here in Florida, we can start to learn about what varying gradations of how varying gradations of management can affect both the fish and invertebrate populations, but the broader ecosystem. So I'm just adding that to this, and would say that and it's probably something that our agency will look at more as time goes.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you guys. I was saying to you that I've seen a little bit of it before in these meetings, but as far as like the data presented, with the snapping shrimp and the audio and the telemetry tracking of fish, I just got back from lunch with a bunch of my colleagues here, our colleagues here, and I find that really compelling. That's a lot easier to get my brain around than some of the spreadsheets and all that. So thank you for that. I think that's very, very compelling stuff, and I think it's pretty dramatic as well. I would ask, I have two questions. I think these are Danny questions. I saw Riley's hump, and I saw Western Dry Rocks, and I saw the spread for the larval fish and lobster and like that. What do we know about other spawning aggregations in the Keys? Do we have any data on, I get it, right, mutton snapper are very important, so are grouper, but is there any data on what these fish are eating? Is there any bait fish data or other invertebrate spawns or anything like that could be influencing or impacting some of what we're seeing?
Those are really good questions. The first one, we do have some information on other aggregations throughout the Keys, and in my talk I briefly mentioned that we did go as far north as the Upper Keys when we were looking at the spawning aggregation sites. We were using Lindeman's information from his 2000 paper, and we were also using information that we received from other stakeholders in the communities. And we focused on Western Dry Rocks mostly because, like I said, it had the larger diversity of species in larger numbers. Some of the Upper Keys sites, we only saw elevated numbers of maybe only 1 or 2 species of fish during their spawning months. So when you have, 120 some odd miles of reef line, and you have 5 people, sometimes you have to prioritize. So that was why we switched our focus to the Lower Keys for looking at a multi-species aggregation site that we thought we could get some really good information on. And then when you ask about almost an ecosystem or food web dynamic between them, that is weird. Science in general in South Florida is just starting on that. It is something that has come up in other areas as well, and it's something that will continue to come up in the future, but we are just starting on that part of it.
Well, so let me just comment on Western Dry Rocks as a location, not necessarily as an NPA, but as a location. And so if you look at the concepts of larval connectivity, Western Dry Rocks is more or less at the western edge of the Portales Gyre. The Portales Gyre is an intermittent gyre that forms when the Tortugas eddy kind of breaks down and migrates along the Keys and then can reform on associated with the Portales Terrace, which is offshore from the Lower Keys. So if you go offshore from the Lower Keys, there's a whole area of about 700-foot depth with these huge sand waves on them. I was on the Portales Terrace a long time ago on the Johnson Sea Link submersible with Bill Herntime, and that's how I know there's this huge sand waves, along with patches of hard bottom in between, which is where all the fish were. And at any rate, it forms, and the inshore movement of that water is on and about the Blue Key area. And that gyre kind of has a circulation time of 15 days on the low end, a little longer on the higher end. And so if you think about the value of a spawning aggregation, and somehow fish probably figure some of this stuff out, I'm assuming, and so an aggregation at Riley's Hump or an aggregation at Western Dry Rocks is linking into currents that have a better chance of retaining those fish larvae here in our Florida Keys ecosystem than an aggregation although carries water. And so part of that is why we have focused our research there to try to understand those locations as well. Albeit, they're as well a little bit easier and we've been more successful. So there's definitely the reason for us to have to expand as we can, but I just wanted to make that oceanographic comment.
Yeah, following what John was mentioning about the oceanographic pattern and connectivity among all these habitats. We know we have large amounts moving to this spawning irrigation, but we really don't know where all of them coming from. And we really don't know what kind of habitats and what kind of trophic level they are being exploited before they go to the spawning irrigation. So that's another source of information that we need to try to hallucinate and to find out, like maybe do some stable isotopes and see where the origin of these species, where they feed, where they come in before they go to the irrigation, and what habitats they're being using and exploiting within the different places. It's like what Dr. Carr was talking about. It's a split of all the different habitats that these species are being used before they do lots of genetic migration, either for reproduction or for feed.
I have a direct follow-up to everything that you guys are just talking about right now with regards to connectivity and larval transport and our fish populations here in the Keys. One of the studies that we've been working on with the Bonefish Tarpon Trust has been this genetic analysis to determine where the bonefish in the Florida Keys come from. And as it turns out, we have a large amount of bonefish that, migrate, their larvae migrates here from places elsewhere in the Caribbean, including, places far south of the Cayman Islands. Is there any data or any science study that's been done that can kind of give us a sense of the spawning population, the population of fish that we have here in the Keys? How many of them were directly resulted from, being spawned here in the Florida Keys versus perhaps elsewhere in the Caribbean that don't have, protections in place, but we seem to be the, recipients of the larvae that comes here? What are we really looking at when we, if we are deciding to close something down, are we going to see more fish as a result of that? Or are we always going to kind of be dependent on management practices, further upstream from us?
You want me to take the first shot at this? There have been studies, Caribbean-wide, estimates of larval dispersal. Paris's work, Bob Cowan, Peter Mundy had looked at oceanographic current patterns throughout the Caribbean, and they have looked at those predicted dispersal patterns that you're talking about. And sure enough, like you said, they do predict that there's a lot of replenishment in the Keys that is generated from other countries. And we run into the very same issue in California, because in Southern California, several of the key species are generated in Mexico. And their larvae are carried north into the Southern California region. And so, and some of those same species, talk about management in Mexico, it's a nightmare. And so it's very disconcerting that here we are establishing all these protected areas, trying to manage these fisheries well, but we know that they're influenced heavily by how well Mexico manages their fisheries. So we're in the very same boat you guys are in, and clearly, and one of the things we're trying to do now is to work with Mexico to actually extend protected areas down the coast of Baja California for that very region, so that you protect some of those sources that are replenishing California. But having said that, you also have to be careful, because as much as I've mentioned how far larvae can disperse, we're also finding that what's referred to as a dispersal kernel, which is sort of that plume of where larvae settle out from a source, we actually have evidence now, a study that we're about to publish. We did in fact publish one of the papers recently, where we used genetics to track larvae, and we found that within a given protected area, larvae made it from one protected area to another, made it to fish populations in between, and replenished their own populations.
these were larvae with 2 to 3 month larval durations, whereas tropical species is going to be more along the lines of a month. And so we're talking about fish that have 3 month larval durations, and yet they're getting self-replenishment within that protected area. So you have to be a little careful thinking that all of this stuff is coming from long distances. Because some that, even though it is, without a doubt, there's also a lot of local replenishment that's happening as well.
Thank you, and I have just a follow-up to that when you talk
So,
about
before we go follow up, just a little bit. So, genetic population structure is a little different than the practical aspects of actual recruitment. And it does not take much genetic admixing, to kind of end up with the sense that, in the case of bonefish or probably most species, there's that wider story. But if you look at, so I'm going to come back to my oceanography. In this case, it was a very simple study done by Bob Glazer when we were trying to figure out, and I think he's shown this to the SAC at different times, when we were trying to figure out what we could do to try to help conch population recover beyond just have no conch fishing. And what he did a very simple drifter study, which was nothing more than pretty much taking a pill bottle and getting the right weight, and they were put in the water at multiple locations here in the Keys. And if you're willing to accept it doesn't have all the behavior that's in the models and everything else, but it was kind of a real world test. And they were placed at various reefs and back reefs in the Keys. They were placed in a transect across the Gulf Stream. The Coast Guard dropped them off in the Yucatan Current between Cuba and Mexico across that transect. Dave Hawkoff even snuck into Cuban waters and dropped some in the Cuban waters and snuck out again before he got caught. I would not have done that, but Dave was willing. And so you take all this information, and very few of these hypothetical conch larvae or what have you that were put in the Gulf Stream environment actually settled, meaning washed up, and were collected here in the Keys. On the other hand, on the reefs in the lower Keys, Blue Key and West, there was a substantial amount of retention, and they came in. And so this is a different way of me telling you the story I did about Portales Gyre. And there is some empirical evidence, again, albeit without all of the behavior, but a lot of larval behavior is more likely to increase retention locally rather than cause you to be washed away. And in this case, we're probably more likely to be washed away. And so those lower Keys, pill bottles washed up in many places in the Florida Keys at about the time that conch and fish, lots of invertebrate larvae would have stayed here. So there's definitely a lower Keys retention mechanism for fish larvae. Now I don't know the larval lifespan of a bonefish leptocephalus, so that might be something a little different. But suffice to say, there's a lot of empirical evidence that there is retention from spawning events, whether they're in an aggregation or not, in the lower Keys, back here to the Keys. And it takes the confluence of Gulf Stream coming by and these mesoscale eddies that Claire has successfully modeled that will pop off in the middle Keys and upper Keys, but they are very transitory and very hard to predict. They're not continuous.
That's great, and I really appreciate that. It means that we do protection here in the Keys is highly valuable to us locally, and that's really a good news thing. But it kind of brings us to the second point, I think, that if we're going to do something here, it's about the full range of habitat as well, because, you know, in order to have the larvae be successful and then ultimately get to be spawning class fish, we need to have healthy habitat across that. And I mentioned to John before we went to lunch that we, you know a lot about seagrasses in this area, do a lot of great science, but there is, and looking at the graphic that you provided with the plume off of Riley's Hump, it just looked to me like there is a huge amount of larvae kind of, you know, to the north of the dry tortugas in some of those deeper water seagrasses out there. And to my knowledge, we don't have a lot of science on that area, and I was wondering if there's a sense of, is that important on a habitat basis for, you know, for juveniles to ultimately become, you know, spawning class fish. You know, that particular region to the north, you know, which has been deep water seagrass for a long time, you know, how important is that? Do we know the answer? What's your sense of it?
Well, I don't see the answer. I see that's the kind of science that we need to know, and we're getting more, we're getting better at trying to do something, because we have been during the last 2 years trying to bring gliders and trying to be other instruments that will allow us to see not only currents and temperature and try to match them to the spawning season during the winter and the summertime. So we need to have a better understanding of the currents and deep currents that are there. I mean, you have to realize that working in Riley's Hump is not working here in Sombrero Ridge. So to have a glider, to have an AUV, or to have any kind of sensor things there working all the time, it's very difficult for us. We work going in that direction. But I was going to refer to one of the comments that you made in relation to protecting here and other people, other places, no protection being going on. And I think the misconception that there is that the other countries are not doing the job with spawning aggregations. When we look at the spawning aggregation science and we see where we are right now, we are learning from a lot of the countries who started to do that before us, from Belize, the Cayman Islands, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and the Caribbean. All those groups have been developing science and is very relevant to what we do here, and they face the same questions that we have. I've been lucky enough to participate in the CATSI and being part of the future spawning aggregation team group for the CATSI, where you see the initiatives and all the different countries have to protect their spawning aggregation sites and to develop areas specific to protect the spawning, not only by seasonal closing, but also using spatial closing or all the different alternatives that we have. So what we are doing here is innovative, is new and all that, but everybody else in the region is really working in the protection of the spawning aggregations, because they know the sustainability of those resources has to be group effort and regional effort instead of being only single country.
Good question.
I just want to ask a point of clarification. As far as the current vehicle traffic currents in the Midland Upper Keys, those gyres, I want to make sure I understood what you said correctly. They're less reliable and they're less continuous. And all of our discussion about spawning aggregations have pretty much been in the lower keys, and is that because of geomorphological characteristics as well?
Well, that geomorphological characteristic certainly facilitates a more elongated gyre. The others, the term is mesoscale eddies is the term that that they use, and they do break off of the Gulf Stream and will carry larvae in, and probably if you look at some of the other model runs, so Danny only showed one model run from the Tortugas of the model larvae, but in some of the other model runs you can see them get entrained in these mesoscale eddies and come into the Middle Keys, but they are short-lived. And they really sort of depend upon that, the meandering, the inshore-offshore movement of the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream has to be far enough offshore so that there's a fair amount of deep water that can then create that mesoscale eddy. And there are, did you just get a model run of that? I figured you did. All these fancy young people and their electronics, you know. There's things right.
I have more general question.
Most certainly, though, most certainly, yeah. We have been unsuccessful in being able to consistently go to places where people have said used to be an aggregation site in the middle of Upper East, and be able to get there and actually have enough evidence that it's an active aggregation site now for us to warrant putting effort into it. So there's that component, and Danny mentioned that. Could be we were at the wrong day, you know, when we did that work, or it could be that it's, you know, a very small number of fish and there aren't enough guide fish to get the others, you know, kind of like the way Riley's hump was in the year 2000. And there were, how many fish counted? 100?
It was like, at that time, we were only doing like one adult mutton snapper per 10 fish counts.
Yeah, so, you know, and so there's some evidence that, you know, there's some guiding going on, you know, the younger ones have to learn how to get there. There's more we don't know than we know.
Sure.
I guess I'm a little focused on shallow water. A couple of questions. Those the leatherback sponges that you're planting and for habitat for juvenile lobster. How long does it take one to grow to be helpful to lobster? Number one. And number two, a number of years ago, we sat in meetings about how the casitas were a big problem when it was postulated that they may be slowing down or absorbing some of the migration of the lobster from the Gulf to the hatcheries in the front. And I didn't really I might have missed it, but I didn't really see that represented today. Has that been effective? I guess is what I'm trying to see. Are the lobsters making it properly from the Gulf to the front of the reef?
Okay, well, let me just talk about the first one. So, let me just do a minor correction. It's the loggerhead sponge and the leatherback turtle. And now there's a turtle sponge interaction that goes on, but I know that we have I don't know if Kristen's still here, but I need to do that for Kristen. And so the loggerhead sponge is, you know, on land we talk about like an ecological concept called succession. You know, you get a field, you clear cut a forest, and you end up with a field with a bunch of grasses, and then in due time you get some shrubs, and the trees are small, and then the trees grow up, and then ultimately new trees come in that are very long-lived, and they're called the late successional or climax species. This is the kind of stuff I was trained on back in the 1970s by my professors. And so, not that happens per se in the ocean quite the same way, but you can think of the loggerhead sponges as the oak trees. And so they are the slow growers. They also get very big relative to the other sponges. And after the first blooms back in 1991, at that point in time, when, you know, everybody's restoration started with George Barley and all of, you know, at that time in the early SAC days that we reminisced about on Friday night, a group of us, we contracted John Steveley, who is a sponge guy in his own right, and is a Sea Grant extension agent up in the Sarasota, Bradenton area. And it took 15 years for the loggerhead sponge community to be a facsimile of what it really is like. So there's a rough sense of what you end up with. And Our restoration work kind of showing the same thing, the loggerhead sponges that we have cut and are trying to rear have been growing very slowly compared to the other ones. So if you have a die-off without some facilitation, it's at least 15 years at that location to get a close to complete, high-quality sponge community. And remember, those shrimp that, you know, I tried to have you listen to, we talked about, live primarily, yep. See, I'm the bad habitat. They primarily live in the loggerheads, not exclusively, but primarily. Oh. Go ahead. We're talking about lobster migration.
Yeah, so lobster migration, of course, in 2009, a little bit before that, sort of peaked in the illegal distribution of probably up to 5,000 artificial habitats. Think of these as a 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters, a sheet of metal raised up 6 inches. 150 lobsters can live under those very conveniently for divers to visit those sites once or twice a year in August and harvest those lobsters. What really went on from a perspective is to see this were just an additional year. Those divers harvested that 1 million pounds of lobsters in the Keys backcountry in a month, where the trappers usually harvest that 1 million pounds of lobsters at that location in about 3 months. So that was just an additional year that harvested the lobsters a month faster. Month, 3 months in the life history of a lobster doesn't mean a lot. They're all juveniles, even though they're 2 pounds, they're very fast growers. Habitat-wise, that casita functions very much the same as a coral. 200 fish swimming around it, a halo of about 7 meters, which is really a loss of algae around it. So ecologically, they function very much like a coral head. If they moved, they caused damage. A lot of the stuff was put in was car hoods and things like that, washer dryers, which was just sheer garbage, which is of course not the Sanctuary's best interest, because that's decayed. Some of them were oil-based motors and tribal washers and dryers. So our conclusion from the state's perspective was it was really just an additional fishing gear in a fishery that was already overcapitalized.
Thank you. This is for Alejandro. During your talk, you just briefly mentioned that you do fish counts Keys-wide every 2 years? So it's a two-part question. How many years have you been doing that?
This has been going on for over 20 years.
So over that 20 years, what can you say generally about the fish populations here?
Okay, that's going to be a species dependent overall, because it's going to be, like I said, we deal with 195 species that we count. And you will see, for example, if you can go into either species dependent or trophic level dependent, and you will see that species who are heavily fished, like snappers and groupers, you may see some changes in some areas, and you will see some recovery like we noticed in muffin snappers, and we started to see some fish based not only in the protection of the area, but also in the regulation. We see species like drums and herbivores and other species, and they maintain more or less the same level, and the patterns are very similar. So it's all going to be related to the level of exploitation and also to the management and the regulations being imposed. But overall, I will say that our years are very consistent in the number of densities and number of species that we see. And we have also natural factors like hurricanes and all that will impact our results from the surface. But overall, that's what it gives us is an indication of the pattern of the activity for all of the species and animals.
Okay, I have a couple of kind of questions. I think the first one's for John, referring to the seine, and the second one's for Dan. So anyway, I had not heard about the importance of the sand areas. You know, I'm always hearing, especially from long-time residents, oh, it's just sand, like when you want to have a wrapped up spot or whatever, you know, like there's nothing there. And I had no idea about the differences in those boatfish, what was it? Boatfish and permit were in the sand, as well as those offshore pelagic herring and anchovies?
Well, they're not, no, they're,
Well, that's where you come.
yes, but they're not just offshore. I can let, you know, actually with Alejandro.
Yeah, I can't remember what part.
Well, I gave the talk, but it, go for it, Alejandro, go for it.
Okay, I think it all goes to the vision that all the habitats are complementary to each other. And we have all these species who have the juveniles or the early stages of those ones have to look for places to settle. And they're usually going to be near shore areas where they're going to have either protection from the mangroves or they're going to have protection from the seagrasses and all that. Some species who have more like a pelagic life form probably going to be more related to the surf and the area where they are. And that's where you see, for example, permit, and you see bonefish, and you will see anchovies and potatoes and all that, and mojaras, and they're going to be more related to areas where they have some activity. And what I mean activity is like wave activity, movement, and circulation. That mangroves would probably create more protection for species like snappers. We don't know where the loopers are. That's really big secret for us. But either snappers, drums, and all those species, even parrotfishes will be more close related to mangroves and seagrass. So these are the early essential fish habitat for juveniles. And that's the reason why we're interested in looking at this area, because this area not only allows us to have an idea of index of recruitment, of how many fishes are they coming throughout the year, but at the same time, we can link them to spawning aggregation. So if we know that the fish are spawning during early May, April, May, June, July for snappers, we expect to see recruitment coming on later on the months of September, October, and November, and we can see and have an idea of the whole goal is to be able to develop an index that will tell us how good the recruitment was for those species during those spawning aggregation cycles. And that happens for grouper species and many other ones. So that's the importance of those habitats. It's not necessarily that sand, as a sand, is created the habitat, but it's the whole combination of music, grasses, sand, the wave action, and all those patterns that create the habitat that is necessary for those species.
Well,
So let me kind of just say what he said again. The key for a healthy ecosystem is a mosaic. And that was a word I could not find during my talk. I just found it. But in having that mosaic, that patchy mosaic, you end up with an ecosystem that has a higher level function of all the different processes that makes it sustainable, resilient, resistant, you know, you pick your term, and having that mosaic of not just their presence, but their quality is the key. And that was if there was any take-home message from the shallow water stuff, that is the case. And you already know that all of those ecosystems, or all of those habitat types are under differing levels of pressure.
Yeah, I just thought that was huge. I always felt that, I understand mosaic and the interaction between, it's not in a vacuum, the sand. But I understand that, I've seen that, but I hadn't heard anyone address, you know, and show, this is what we found when we put the net here. It was like hardly any, and you hear about seagrass and mangroves, they weren't here, they were here. And I thought that was amazing. And my question for Danny was, I've been waiting to hear about Western dry rocks. I remember the last time, I think you had a presentation, you were just maybe getting ramped up to do that. And so my question is, the update part that you're talking about, that's the new material. I remember the tortuga stuff and the larval transport, I remember all of that. But so would you say that your update on Western dry rocks has been that you have pretty much established a year-round multi-species spawning aggregation site?
Oh, John, don't look at me like that.
We're going to have fun now.
John always says I am very cautious. So I will leave it at that. We have documented year after year that we have seen elevated densities of snappers and other species that are not necessarily commercially or recreationally important, such as spadefish, yellow goatfish, things like that, at these locations. We have not been able to document actual spawning. That said, Speaking to people in the Caribbean and other areas that have been tracking spawning aggregations, for example, Will Heyman works in Belize. He told me personally when I was starting to get down about this, he said, Danny, we studied this aggregation site that we were brought there by fishermen. They told us it was here. It took us almost a decade to video document spawning at this site. He said, don't give up yet. And I said, okay. But that was part of the reason why we went to more indirect methods and not just direct observational methods. We are still working at Western Dry Rocks. This update that I gave you was I would call it phase one. We tagged these grouper. We found we had some positive information in that they are more likely to be detected by the receivers that were there in the winter, which corresponds to their spawning, and they're less likely to be detected in the summer. We do not know where they're going. Apparently our receivers weren't placed appropriately there. We don't know how big the catchment area for this location is. We don't know how far these animals are coming to use this area. Are these animals just moving a little further away and they're very residential, or is there a little more connectivity from some other areas in the lower east? We don't have that information yet, but we are actually, phase two is we are expanding our array down there this year, and we are going to be tagging more fish, and hopefully we will be able to start answering some of those questions as well. Go ahead, John.
I love you. So Danny responds in the classic, cautious conservative approach. And so, but what she also said in terms of the grouper is that they are more present, more likely to be detected during that winter spawning season. And so given what we know about aggregations in general, given what we know about the history of Western Dry Rocks and what you hear from the community over my entire 38 years here in the Florida Keys, is that every single individual in Key West that fishes knows that that's a special place. And so if I take that kind of information, the clear, amount of fishing pressure at the mutton snapper time, the observations that we've made of multiple different species at that time, plus the grouper information. For me, I'm willing to say that Western Dry Rocks is a special place and a multi-species spawning aggregation location. And I think that is the case. He gave you the caveats. I gave you my personal conclusion from hearing all the stories plus all of our comments.
Thank you, John.
And I want to make a comment, taking both of these. Okay. The science we generate is very important to validate this one aggregation, but more important is the citizen science and the traditional knowledge and the knowledge that is in the community. Without that knowledge and really telling us to do for that, we cannot really try to do any science together. So traditional knowledge or citizen knowledge has the same priorities and have science. So we need to consider that when we make a statement and we believe or not believe is Western Dry Rock is an spawning aggregation. So traditional knowledge is telling us that something is there and something special is happening there. So that has to be considered at the same level of science. Yeah.
I have a question for Tom, I guess, a spiny lobster question. I've always been under the impression that the spiny lobsters in the Keys live part of the life bayside and another part oceanside. Is that true, for one? And if it is true, is a place like Western Sambo only addressing part of the issue, at least as far as the spiny lobster is concerned? Would there be a benefit to linking bayside and oceanside as an MPA, again, specifically for spiny lobster? others too, I guess.
Yeah, the Keys, of course, has a unique geography. We have the bridges. It's a wonderful line between ocean and bayside. In general, bayside is 99% juvenile. It might be a 2-pound lobsters in the Content Keys, one of the most popular recreational areas, but it is a juvenile lobster. No male or female ovaries or testes have developed at all. In general, when a lobster reaches that mature age, more than size, it makes a migration. If it's in the Contents again, it heads almost due west on the compass. If it's more in the Middle Keys, depending on how far back it is in the bay, it generally heads towards one of the main cuts through the bridges. Those are also where the waterfronts are coming from, so they need a direction that's given to them by the chemistry of the water that tells them which way to open water. So they begin that reproductive migration when they reach that appropriate age. The other major movement is winter storms. Lobsters respond to low pressure. The low pressure, be from a hurricane or a winter storm, happens before the storm and the water cools down. So it's a wonderful signal. Doc Bernstein worked out that in Dieveney. And so there's two major reasons these lobsters leave the bay. I just had a 2-hour-long discussion yesterday with a fisherman who thinks lobsters come back from the ocean side into the bay. Our predecessors tagged tens of thousands of lobsters in the 70s and 80s, and we never saw that movement. Even our lobsters we catch at the bridge during the summer, they will ultimately make it to the reef and reproduce, and that year is a handful of lobsters we catch there. In the upper Keys, there's no access to the bay. So those juvenile lobsters are settling in that near shore environment. Not nearly as productive as Florida Bay. The Florida Keys produce more lobsters per hectare than any other place in the Caribbean. We are an incredible lobster factory. The productivity of the seagrasses, that shallow water where there's so much light, is one of the best Caribbean lobster areas there are. And that's really what drives our fisheries. We're on the downstream side, we get all the babies from the Caribbean. We generally think there's so many babies coming into the Keys that that's not what limits our production, it's the actual habitat. And they grow up, and we harvest 85–90% of them that are a little size over there. We got lucky.
So can we just go back to the last conversation we had? It was really interesting to see the conversation about science versus another interpretation of science and then citizen science. And I wonder if as an agency you all are on the same page with how you talk about science. And the only reason I'm asking that is because as a lay person in the community, I go out and talk about this with my circle, and so it's a little confusing to hear the different messages. I like Alejandro's explanation that we have science, and then we have citizen science, and together we all agree on this position. But I'm a little confused about the messages. Do you understand my question?
Not entirely, but let me just
Can I clarify? Because what I heard you say is we haven't really documented spawning at Western Dry Rocks. But I heard you say, well, yeah, but considering all these other factors, we have it. And then I just wonder, as an agency, how you coordinate that information to send that out to people in the world. Does that make it more clear?
So, I don't know if I can speak about the agency, because with at the agency level, then you end up in the media relations side of things and all of that, and then you end up with filtering information. And oftentimes, like any large organization. But here, what you're seeing are the people that are on the front line doing the research, and as much as anything, you're seeing, a young scientist who is a very rigorous scientist and is taking her information and drawing a very carefully crafted conclusion within the framework of her information. And so in Danny's case, you know, when we were actively working in Riley's Hump, you know, Riley's Hump has been called a spawning aggregation for umpty years. Umpty, whatever umpty up means. But Danny, doing all of that work out there, wasn't entirely comfortable until by an almost random chance. And I'm going to talk about this, and it's why I'm willing to make a stronger statement in some parts. But until that random chance of Chris Parsons, who was a videographer we happened to invite on a trip with us, was coming up to the surface at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, kind of a bright daylight time, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and looked over and went, "Oh my God, I'm putting my camera on," and happened to take that video of an actual spawning event. And then we started paying attention. We historically thought that those types of events were occurring at dusk. So it was occurring at 4 p.m. And so that is just this little almost random opportunity that happened that allowed, if we use the term validation, you know, Danny to say, by golly, that's a mutton snapper spawning aggregation. So there's that, and you know, conservative, and I'm not using the term conservative here in terms of how we talk about liberal and political conservatism. I'm talking about how far you're willing to take your information. I am an old guy. Now, I have a lot of experience, you know. I mean, I've been down here since 1981 working on various types of science, and I am essentially assimilating all this information, both the citizen science, which I talked about, you know, that citizen science side or the observation, and coming to what is for me a logical conclusion about these aggregations. And so when Danny talks about the grouper sounds, so we were talking about some of these aggregation sites on the western side of Riley's Hump, very close to the boundary of what is the Tortuga South Ecological Reserve. And so you heard Danny say, we put sound detecting equipment down there, and lo and behold, we heard elevated sounds of groupers. And she showed that figure from Jim Locasio about how they went up at some of these locations at exactly when we expect them to be spawning. And Danny also said, and we heard the grouper courtship sounds. So, she again is going to kind of stop there and give you those caveats. I'm going to say, that's a grouper spawning aggregation. So I'm not going to be sitting making courtship sounds if I'm not interested in something. You know, and so I'm going to draw that conclusion. The same with the Kubera snapper that were a few miles away at very high numbers. And we had those stereo cameras sitting there, and you saw that video that was just a little teeny tiny portion of that Kubera snapper aggregation. You know, fish don't aggregate, they don't have something in mind. And so I'm willing to kind of take all this information and provide an answer that is, yes, these are spawning aggregations. So this is not really an agency policy, agency messaging. These are scientists, ethical. Let me reframe it. Highly ethical, right there. Highly ethical, so that doesn't mean I'm not ethical. But that are coming to essentially the same conclusion, but how far you're willing to say it. And so, and my philosophy is, I'm not going to micromanage
Danny to say, you have to say exactly what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I appreciate your explanation. It's fascinating in light of how polarizing these conversations can be with various segments of our community. So I appreciate that extended explanation.
We're going to need to wrap this up here, John, so I hate to put a stop to your conversation.
So in my own ponderous way.
Can we bring this to a ponderous close?
Yes, we're going to bring this to a ponderous close. So good people can take exactly what I just said and agree exactly to what I just said and have a different view on what you should do with that. And so I suspect across the community of stakeholders that we work with in the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission or the Sanctuary or the DEP or the Park Service, etc., that our stakeholders would be comfortable that those fish at Western Dry Rocks or Riley's Hump or maybe one day in the past off of Terry's Ford are actually going there with the intent of spawning. But good, honest people will have different viewpoints on how you deal with it. So, but for me, that's where the conversation should be, not squabbling whether it's an aggregation or not. And I will tell my leadership the same story we just did now, if I have to, from my 38 years experience as a scientist in the forest.
Thank you, John. Thank you for the panel. You guys did a great job up there and answered all your questions. Remember, all of this information is up on the website. Everything is all up there for your access. Okay? We're running just a little bit behind, so I want to get this turned over to Gina fairly quickly here. We're going to talk a little bit about restoration blueprint outreach tools and products. Kind of exciting stuff here, so we're looking forward to seeing that as we move forward with getting this out. And then as soon as Gina gets done, Chris.
What I'm going to do is since we're running a little behind, I'm going to try and speed this along as much as I can, but I want you to see the communications tools that are developed for us to use and specifically for you guys to use as you go out into the community and talk about the restoration blueprint. So what we're going to provide you with is some videos, a PowerPoint, an infographic. There are also talking points, and of course we're able to help you in any way when you have questions on this. But this is our package of communications tools for you today. The first one we're going to show is a video that you saw a draft of a few months ago. This is our primary video, which will be used on our website, the Restoration Blueprint website, but you can also use as you do presentations. It's about 3.5 minutes long.
These were really magical when I was little. And over the years, it's just such a significant change. They have to understand what the future will hold if we don't take care of things and what could happen if we did.
Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary protects the only barrier reef in the continental United States, stretching south from Miami to the Dry Tortugas. Within these waters lie nationally significant resources, including seagrass beds, coral reefs, mangrove-fringed islands, and thousands of marine species.
We have the Gulf of Mexico to the north, the Atlantic to the south. So our lives, our economy, our culture, everything about us is tied to the ocean. Fishing in the Keys, diving in the Keys, living in the Keys, you are absolutely connected to the ocean at every moment.
Visitors know the Keys for their world-class diving, snorkeling, boating, and fishing. But this fragile habitat is increasingly under pressure from hurricanes, disease, boat groundings, rising ocean temperatures, pollution, and other human interactions.
Future generations have a right to be able to see what I've seen, and I'm afraid that the reality is that there are so many environmental factors pushing in the wrong direction here that it's important that we try to do something to help get the environment going back in the right direction.
Since 1990, the sanctuary has worked with local communities and other partners to advance efforts to understand and protect the Keys' critical resources. Now it's time to do even more to respond to threats and to better protect and even restore natural resources. The sanctuary is proposing a restoration blueprint that embodies what we've learned from nearly 30 years of restoration science, technical experience, and local community involvement.
We've got to remain vigilant. We've got to be good stewards because this treasure is for our children and grandchildren and for other people throughout the United States and the world for that matter.
Meeting the challenges of the future will take dedication, passion, and an appreciation from all of us that what lies beyond the shoreline has a profound effect on our economy and our unique way of life in the Florida Keys.
The best way to find a solution that works for everyone is to come and respectfully listen and then contribute so that they can be part of the solution.
So thank you, Mimi and Will and Ben for being so compelling. We also have a variety of shorter videos, which also could be used in presentations. These run about a minute. There's one on the local economy, there's one on public engagement, there's one about the future of the Florida Keys, and so we're just going to play one of those for you now.
I really truly believe we are at an important turning point in the future of the Florida Keys. We have a lot of challenges and we need to work exceptionally hard, harder than we've ever worked before, come together more than we ever have, all to address these challenges so that the history, when it is written about this place, is one of, oh, wow, people really came together and made a difference.
So this is one that will play on social media. It can also be used in presentations. It's nice and short. The other ones have Will Vincent in them, Pete Preza, and some of the young ladies that we heard from the last SAC meeting. So, Beth's also going to pull this up. This is our infographic. This is the handout, the leave behind that you can use that gives people a sense of the wow and the why the sanctuary is here. These are just printed on a copier. We do have other ones coming in, so what you'll need to do is when you get ready to go to a meeting, say Ken, who just got handed his, is going to speak at the Ocean Reef Chamber, which he is a member. He can get some of these to hand out. You just need to let us know how many you need and how soon you need them. Cindy, you'll be talking to Leighton, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's time to get out there and do these sorts of things. So the infographic, as you can see, tells about the sanctuary, about the economic impact of the sanctuary, the accomplishments of the sanctuary, and most importantly, from your point of view, what the Sanctuary Advisory Council has done. It talks about the 70+ meetings, all those comments you took, and where we are now, and why we're getting into a primary portion of the restoration blueprint where we're looking for people's input. Beth, you want to call up the PowerPoint? This is meant to complement a PowerPoint presentation. And I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but this is one that you can customize. Okay. So it talks about why create a blueprint, and you are all going to get a digital copy of these things, and you can go through and customize it as you want. We talk about why we're doing this, and you guys know this full well. You will be able to speak to it very easily. The health of the ecosystem, the health of our economy, a little bit about the sanctuary, in case people don't really realize where our boundaries are, and why it's also important. That coral reef ecosystem is the lifeblood of the Keys economy. It contributes to all these segments of our lives. We have numbers in here from Monroe County TDC, the recreational use, and we've got that voter education course coming up here in just a little bit. 76% of the visitors to the Florida Keys get out on a boat. That's why we're reaching out to them and trying to educate them. Economic figures, 60% of the Monroe County economy tied to what's out there beyond our shores. Tourism numbers, boating numbers, diving, snorkeling, commercial fishing, 79% of the catch from the sanctuary lands in Monroe County. This number is pretty telling. In just 1 year, fishing participation within the sanctuary increased 57%. That's your opportunity to talk about how many people use the sanctuary waters and why there is a need to protect the natural and cultural resources. Conservation, we pulled up the numbers since 2003, 150,000 outplanted corals. And of course we all know now with the coral disease there will need to be many, many more. So the natural resources of the Florida Keys are at risk. Declines in the coral reef, threats, disease, bleaching, poor water quality, changing ocean conditions, marine debris, and habitat destruction. This coral cover percentage has most certainly changed. We just don't have anything definitive right now. If we were at 6% 4 years ago, and now we've had the coral disease, we've had a hurricane. So please, when you're giving this presentation, point that out, because that is an older number. Damage to seagrass. More than 50% of the sanctuary is covered in seagrass. So injury to that habitat results in a loss of fisheries. Damage to your vessel, costly fines and repairs. Some of that, again, will come up in our voter education course that Kate is going to show you in a few minutes.
The question is, this at the bottom says the source is from 1999. That's 20-year-old data.
Yep.
Nothing newer?
Not for this one, no.
Okay.
Wait a minute, what about Curtis Brewer's report from just 2 years ago? It showed almost 60,000 acres.
We will update.
Good.
You also have edit capabilities, and you can go in and edit these as you see fit. You may not want to use all these, even you can take them out if you'd like. So here's your Sanctuary Advisory Council portion of this to explain who you are, why you do what you do with this voluntary association. 50 members, more than 70 public meetings, all those public comments already taken, and 200 recommendations. And these priority issues. This is all stuff that you guys know. Some of the newer members may have to study up on it a little bit more, but those of you who have been with the council for a while, you know how you can cover these priority issues, customize that to the audience that you're speaking to. And we have fishermen here in the house today, so maybe they get a presentation where you talk more about the fishing impact, more about what they're caring about. Again, it's a way to customize it. We're just giving you the base here. And then where we stand in the process. So the condition report came out, advisory council took input, there was public scoping, all that analysis has been, and really frankly is still being done, developing those alternatives, and then later this year, the draft environmental impact statement, better known hopefully now as the restoration blueprint, will come out. And that's when we need the public comment. We'll be taking public comment through the end of the year. And then there will be another review before the final environmental impact statement comes out, and yet more public comment before implementation. So encourage people to get involved by visiting the Blueprint website. There's already a great deal, as you know, up on our website. But we're trying to consolidate that. Take the elements of this infographic and make it into a prettier page. It's a little more user-friendly, that hits the highlights, and then people can delve down deeper if they so choose. They can still sign up for emails to get those kinds of updates, and attending a public meeting. When's your next SAC meeting? Who knows?
2 months.
August.
June.
I lost about that.
June.
August.
Right. So here's your opportunity to welcome them in. Will and I did this presentation with this fisherman's group that's here today. We did it a couple of weeks ago, and we handed out the SAC agenda. And they're here today, by golly. That's the way it should work. We want people engaged. We want them knowing that we're pulling together the science, the information, the community input, so that we can make a good decision via the Sanctuary Advisory Council and other avenues to the community to figure out how to manage the sanctuary in the years to come. So it's a pretty simple PowerPoint. You can do the videos if you so choose. And we have digital copies for everybody, which Lisa's going to pass around. The governmental folks are not, of course, expected to do this. But those of you who represent boating, fishing, diving, at large, those sorts of seats, we would encourage you to get out and do that sort of public outreach. And let us know what you're doing. Do you remember those packets that we gave out a couple of meetings ago? Those packets are also on that flash drive we just gave you. And we have some printed copies over here as well that help us with tracking, help you know the response we're getting out in the public. So maybe there are other questions we need answers for than what you're able to do through that PowerPoint. On that flash drive, there are also talking points. So hopefully this will give you a good basis for being able to do the outreach. And we would encourage you to get out and start doing that now. Chambers of Commerce, Rotary clubs, your church, however you think you can best reach your community and your constituents. Set those up. It doesn't have to be anything really formal. We just need people to know that this is happening, why it's happening, and why they play an important role in steering the future of the waters in the 4 Keys and how they're managed. Does anybody have any questions?
So, just one question on the coral cover, the 6.22%. Is there any numbers we can show from years ago of what that is relative to what it is today?
It's safe to say that over the past 4 decades, we've lost 90%, 80 to 90%.
Well, that data is from the Coral Reef Evaluation and Monitoring Program. It started in 1997, and the answer is yes, started in 1997. But we didn't start at 100%. We started at 16, 20, whatever it was, I forget. Can I, so the seagrass thing, I hope that can get checked into, updated. And I just had a question about the fishing effort, or no,
people fishing went up 50% between 1 year and the next. That's a remarkable change.
Those are TDC figures. Yeah.
Gina, I want to make one comment as I watched it again. It's, I think, now my third or fourth time going through this with you. There's one particular slide about commercial fishing, which is just a little bit not clear to me. When you say there's some 76% is landed in Monroe County is landed in the sanctuary or something. I'm just not sure exactly what that means.
That means those are the fish that are coming into Monroe County versus that shrimp boat from Biloxi who's going back to the Gulf Coast.
It stays in and it stays in.
It's consumed in Monroe County?
Yeah.
They're catching here, but they're landing in it.
Theoretically, we have a trap trapper down from Naples to trap in this sanctuary, or maybe some day count come down.
Yeah, it's just, from the first read, it requires me, I mean, I get it, but it's, takes a couple things to, kind of make sense of it, and maybe there's another sentence that could be added to that for clarity. It's just the one point that's like, it's a major graphic there that you're trying to get across a point about fishing, and it's still, from my standpoint, needing a little bit of extra explanation. And I would look for that and see if there's not a way to get it a little bit clearer what exactly you're trying to say.
Okay. We will take that into account. We'll try to send you out some new slides. Sending the entire presentation or the videos is difficult via email. The files are just too big, and we want you to have a good quality presentation. So we can get you some updates. And as we get in new information, which may very well happen over the next 3 or 4 months, we'll be able to switch those up for you. And again, you can customize. If you're talking to snorkeling and diving folks, you can take out the fishing part of it if you'd like to. These are for you to customize, for you to use in whatever way you deem necessary based on your audience.
And if I may, just as you guys are going through these, as Gina noted, we have a file of talking points on that data stick. But if you're finding you need more information, more specific information, please don't hesitate to reach out. And then also, equally important, as you are meeting with constituents, partners, etc., we would very much like to know the kinds of questions you are getting, the kind of issues that people are bringing up, so that we're informed. Because we're not going to be in all of these places with all of these people, but we want to know what questions the community has, what issues they're bringing up, so that we can help answer them, address them, be aware of what is coming up. So we're tracking that internally. I will send a sheet, it's like a Google form, so if and when you do go out, you can just fill out this Google form and it'll come automatically, figure out where it's coming automatically, so that we can see and know what the community is interested in, asking about.
Thank you, Beth. Gina, I think you guys have done an awesome job. The consistency of the message is really critical, and I think you nailed that, both through the videos and the print and then with the PowerPoint. But it's important we're all having the same message, and it stays pretty consistent. Because otherwise, information gets out in the public and it gets very confusing and not really what to catch on. Excellent job. Thank you very much. We're going to take just a quick minute here. As everybody knows, Billy Causey retired, and there was a nice party for Billy that one person I missed. I would like to be part of this, right? So, Chris, would you share with us the resolution that we shared with Billy as part of the packet? In the packet?
Have it shared in the form of reading the whole thing, or how about the summarize?
That would be perfect.
So this is a resolution of the Advisory Council amending Billy Causey on occasion of his retirement. And he retired in January. There were a couple of whereases about the backstory of the sanctuary, and then a whole bunch of superlatives about Billy. And I'll just summarize here.
So he dedicated years of his life to this work, 8 years working for the state, 20 years plus working for NOAA. He's the first superintendent of the Marine Sanctuary, and then he served for many years subsequently as the Southeast Regional Director for the sanctuary as well as Crazy and Governor Mix, and did a lot of exploring of opportunities for other sanctuaries elsewhere. So he really shepherded the establishment of the sanctuary into existence. It was an act of Congress that created it, and it required that a management plan be put into effect, but it took many years. It was created in 1990. The management plan was completed in 1997. That's the management plan we're talking about revising now. And that was no small feat. There were, again, many, many public meetings, very challenging, contentious at times, and we saw through. He also learned a lot of lessons from that process, quickly learned and applied it to the subsequent Tortugas 2000 process, which was widely considered to be a better stakeholder engagement effort, had an outcome that was roundly applauded, and it's now in effect, and that led to the addition of 200 square nautical miles out just north and south of the Tortugas. We were talking about Riley Santas and the Tortugas South Reserve. He also played a big role in working with, I think, the APA as precursor on the identification or establishment of a marine zoning plan for the entire country. And he was a big player, an early and important player in comprehensive Everglades restoration plans development. So you will hear that it was the water quality problems, the seagrass die-off, the algae blooms in Florida Bay that drove people to realize that the Everglades was broken. Of course, there were many other signs and symptoms, but it was the Sanctuary Advisory Council, George Farley, the first Sanctuary Advisory Council chair, and others who made a bigger amount of the squawk, along with many others, that the SOAP was put into place. And we played an important role in making sure that the important stakeholders, the key stakeholders, were part of that, and that it encompassed the entire ecosystem. So we're at one end, the other end is the headwaters up north of Olympus, and if you don't account for all the pieces on either end and in the middle, you don't have the whole deal. And then, toward the later part of his career, took advantage of the opening with Cuba rather, to work together with NGA managers there and in Mexico to establish this sister sanctuary relationship between Cuba, Mexico, and the Key Sanctuary and Florida and Banks. And finally, if the sanctuary was a person, there's no doubt that Billy would be a guy. And that is, he's the guy who made this happen. So therefore, the Sanctuary Advisory Council resolves to express its deep gratitude to Dr. Billy Cosby for his service to the sanctuary, its natural resources and resource-dependent stakeholders, and commends him for his dedication to the protection and sustainable use of our precious ocean places here in the Florida Keys and around the world. Is that a form of a motion? Is that a motion? That's a motion. Is there a second? Second. All opposed? None noted? Passed. Thank you for the good job, Chris, and that was presented to Billy as a great job. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move forward here. Next topic that we talked about before, we talked about this for quite some time, is the voter education program. Beth, you sent an email out. I want to make sure I get to remind people that a big factor of this. I know it was Tony and Lori and Karen McLaughlin and who else? Chris Bird. I know as voting industry representative, I was very supportive throughout the whole process. So we now have a voter education program. So if we can get it, we're going to do a kind of a little preview of that program now. Back to Gina. No, I'm sorry. Back to back up here. This is Kate Wills. She's with the Epley Institute of Parks and Public Lands, and of course Gina. And Kate was the key person to get this thing pushed through and get it developed. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for having me. I am from the Institute in Indiana at Indiana University. We work with parks and public lands agencies and have since 1993, specifically partnering with them to protect public lands through training and education and other applied research kind of models. And our very first director was actually a former director of the National Park Service. So from day one, we kind of had that connection and branched out to work with all kinds of different federal, state, and local entities. So that's just like the brief history of where we are. We partnered a few years ago with Yellowstone National Park to help educate snowmobilers there, and that was sort of an innovative management-related education and outreach program for the Park Service, in that it was a required course for people who won the snowmobile lottery. They have a lottery there, and you have to be selected if you want to do private snowmobiling in Yellowstone now. So out of the 500 folks that get the lottery for that season, each and every one of them has to then pass an online course. Everglades National Park heard about this and contracted with us about 5 years ago to work on a voter education course as part of their general management plan. And that is still in the stages of being fully implemented as another mandatory course for visitors who are boating within Everglades National Park. And a lot of interesting developments along the way in that project. But in the meantime, we were lucky enough to be able to partner with the Marine Sanctuary on a very similar type of project, which is voter education, but it's voluntary. And that's sort of what I think of as kind of key difference between this project and the two previous similar projects for recreational users on public lands. This course is hosted now and was launched this past week on our catalog, where we host a lot of public and professional development training courses. It's called Provalence Learning, and I have it pulled up here. So anyone who wants to take the course would be directed to this site to register and create an account. I have been asked several times why someone would need to register if it's a voluntary course and we're just trying to push information out to the public in as easy a way as possible. And that is because our standard of practice is to verify learning at some level and to make sure that we're not just distributing flyers virtually out into the world for the voters, but we actually have a way of assessing learning. And in order to do that, we need to be able to tie the learner's experience and to their assessment at the end. So we just have people register with very basic high-level name and email address. And at that point, they have access to hundreds of learning opportunities if they're really into it. But specifically, what they can check out is, this is what happens if you search for the word Florida, for instance, on our catalog. It pops up with both the Spanish and English versions of the course, and then down below are the Everglades and some other course that happens to mention the word Florida, apparently. But after you've registered, gotten the account, you have your own home page, and right here, I have lots of courses. Presumably you would have one. And eventually you get to this page that is the home page for the Marine Sanctuary's online voter education course. From here, you can access the course content, take the course assessment, and then print out a certificate of completion, which is only available if you have passed the assessment. And that allows a little bit of verifiability to the learning, and there are a lot of different ways that can be used or not. You know, some people just love to have the certificate. It's surprising to me how many people take the assessment over and over again to try to get 100%. And consistently makes me laugh. I'm going to, because we've had a little bit of, or I've had some connectivity issues here, I'm going to close that and run the course from, my glasses would work better here, from a package that I have, like a software package I have on my, there we go, on my computer. So this is opening in the browser, but I'm not connected to the internet, but it's going to function as though I am, hopefully. And this is the main page, and I just wanted to show you a couple of things here, the way that the course looks and some of the main content that we wanted to cover, because as you all are really aware of the complexity both of the natural environments and the jurisdictional overlapping that happens all throughout the National Marine Sanctuary, we worked hard to kind of make that into a digestible amount of information for the average person who might be taking this course. And by average person, that is not a singular type, really, that's easy, but we wanted to meet the learning objectives that we came up with a year and a half ago when we visited, and so we had some very important key messages we wanted to focus on, and in doing that, try to keep the learner engaged over the full process of the course. I'm going to pause here for a second and show you yet another video, because the opening page shows a video, and
With the only barrier coral reef in the continental United States, the marine ecosystem supports thousands of species. Seagrass meadows and mangrove-fringed islands provide critical habitat. All of the waters surrounding the Florida Keys are protected with special rules and regulations. Unlike most shorelines where the water gets deeper as you leave the dock, here in the Keys, it may get shallower. Boating here is unlike anywhere else in the world, and it can be difficult to navigate even for the most seasoned mariners. There are miles of submerged shipwrecks to prove it. We who live and work in the Keys ask that you help us take care of this unique place by boating gently, avoiding contact with the sea bottom, and knowing the rules before you head out on the water.
so that video is on the first page of the course.
There's no
And because I'm not connected to the internet, I'm playing it separately. So basically the course is supposedly, if you're younger than I am, very natural to navigate because of the scrolling way it goes through. I'm slow on this case, but it has a lot of the fancy features that courses and other online content contain these days. I wanted to tell you a little bit about the key messages that we talked about. A year and a half ago, we spent three days here meeting with folks in different areas, Key Largo, here in Marathon, and then also down in Key West. And I recognize some of you from that. How many of you were involved in that? Yes. Thank you so much, because from all of that, we went back and were able to create something that I think really addresses the most important messages that we're trying to get out to voters. And specifically, one of the things is, being a better voter. How and what does that mean on the water? So we heard a lot about the fact that there are zones, and we can't ask people to memorize every zone. We can't include every detail of where zones are, but we can give them information and include links to the different zones that we do have. I'm going to scroll down here. On the left-hand side is the kind of page navigation, so you can see. So this part right here, for instance, is just a very simple way of presenting the different zones that are contained within the sanctuary. And each of these then has a link to a much bigger description located on the sanctuary website. And that's one of the things that you'll find throughout is links to other websites, links to PDFs that people can download, lots of other resources. There's a resource page at the end of the course where people can say, oh, I thought I saw something and want to access it again. The idea really being here that we're trying to get a lot of complex and complicated information into a package that most people can really hang on to without being overloaded with information. So for instance, as you look here and we start talking about buoys, this isn't going to work because I'm not connected, but again, another short video that we pulled, it was an existing video on how to do a mooring buoy. And another set of slides here that has the photograph and some basic information about the, I believe, 3 main types of buoys that you'll find and what they're used for. There are little quizzes embedded within. These are, according to our research anyway, that these are another way to keep the learners engaged. People enjoy answering relatively simple quizzes, contrary to what I would have thought. But they tend to really do enjoy it, and they get used a lot. Information is not kept on how people answer these quizzes. These are just activities that are used internal to the course. If the assessment is actually at the very end, you go back to the main homepage and take the test there. The other thing that I wanted to point out, and then I can answer some questions, is the message. We spent a little bit of space/time in this course talking about consequences of making poor voting choices and what to do if kind of situations. So we have a whole section here on the consequences of poor decision making on the water, so to speak. And we talk about consequences to the resources themselves, as well as consequences to you personally. And we get into that here where you can look at, I know the print is really tiny, I'm not asking you to read this, but just to kind of see how you can we pack a lot of information into even just kind of one course page here, where you're looking at the different things you could do. I can't scroll, I can't move the mouse with my left hand. And what then the penalties might be and the ramifications otherwise. And this is kind of another way of reaching a broader range of learners / voters in this case. I mean, some people are really motivated by the stick and what might be imposed in terms of a fine. But other people will be hooked simply by knowing that they've damaged a resource that's critical to ecosystem function. So we've got a lot of different ways, I think, for people to engage with the information in the course. I'm going to stop there. There's a lot of other information. There's a lot of things we could go into and talk about, but I know we are running short on time. I just want to thank you for listening and for supporting the process by participating. Thank you, Superintendent, for lending your voice and talents to the video. And does anyone have any questions?
Ooh, lots of questions. Looks like a few questions. Let's start with Jerry. You got one mic? Okay.
Here, I have one.
Okay.
I'm just curious, can you take the actual test before you take the course and then take it again to see if you improve?
So the way it's set up on that homepage is you can't open the assessment, the test, until you've opened the course itself. But after you've opened the course, you don't have to spend much time in there. You can come back out to that homepage and go straight into the assessment if you want. That said, also, after you go through the course, anytime you take the assessment, we have it set, you can take it unlimited numbers of times. And you need to score an 80%, and it's 15 questions, so it's 12 out of 15 to be able to then click on that certificate of completion and download that, and that has your name on it with the date, and I succeeded.
I just think that that's a really good way to see how effective the course itself is.
A pre-test, post-test kind of thing, yeah.
I think that's very good, thank you.
Hey, who over here?
Okay.
Justin.
Okay. Do you know about how long the course would take somebody to complete? And is it mobile or smartphone friendly? Like, can you take it on the phone, or does it need to be on a desktop?
So, depending on how into it you get, it takes between 30 and 45 minutes. And that was what we were really aiming for, trying to keep it at something that wasn't going to push that hour-long mark.
And much shorter than the Everglades course, by the way.
It is a lot shorter than the Everglades course. And yes, all of this platform is completely scalable, so you can take it on a tablet or your phone if you want. I could never do that, but it manages to do it. Yes.
That's just a good question. Okay, who else has anything?
Just to tell you guys how we're promoting this, if you'll pull up, if you are connected to the internet otherwise, right? If you'll pull up our homepage, it's certainly promoted on there. We launched this last Thursday. There is a Facebook and Twitter campaign going right now, which of course you're welcome to share. One of the calls I took this morning was from Coast Guard Sector Key West going, is it okay if we word it this way when we promote your course? And it's up on their Facebook page today. We have sent it to every Chamber of Commerce, every city council. We've sent it to the county. Michelle Colbert should have gotten her email about it Thursday. Yes, check your District 2 email address. We are also taking a tiered approach in doing other outreach. For instance, when we take out our lobster brochures in May, June, we will be making more contact with those marina owners and those boat rental places to say, hey, there's this here. We created a poster for them to be able to put up. We're hoping, too, that companies will see the advantage to pushing this out to their customers. For instance, a boat rental place, maybe it could offer a discount. If you prove that you've passed this course, then you have a clue and you're less likely to damage their vessels.
I got it.
You got it, see? So we're hoping boat rental companies, boat sellers, insurance companies will see the value in having a customer come to them with one of those certificates of completion to say, hey, I know better how to protect myself and my vessel while I'm out on the water in the Florida Keys. The TDC is, of course, going to help us with this. They don't have it up there quite yet, but they have a page called Boating and On the Water. It will be a permanent link there. And if we can talk the FWC people into it, they've left early. We're working with them to try and figure out how we might be able to put it on the FWC's website, really saying that this is specific to the Florida Keys, but that it's a good idea to take it. So we're looking at a number of different ways to get it out there, through the media, through fishing magazines. So any help you can also give us with sharing information that, you know, you have company coming into town and they want to go rent a boat. Hey, why don't you sit there and it will really help us raise awareness of the sanctuary at a time when we all know that we're going to be in the news a great deal. And so this is an opportune time to be saying, There's this educational tool that you and anyone who's going to be out on the water could be taking. It's simple to get through, and it will raise awareness tremendously.
Do we have a friendly URL?
You have a question?
Did you? Yes.
So if you go to prevalenceLearning.com, that's the catalog.
We don't have just like a little friendly URL of the Florida float or something.
Where is your person? Go to our homepage first.
It's on the platform.
No, our homepage.
Here, I
Okay. Okay, well, at any rate, it is promoted on our homepage. This is the page that will be permanent on our website. So, floridakeys.noaa.gov/on-the-water/education. So, yeah, it is a little long because it's in our on the water part. But it is also featured prominently both as a web story, which is on the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries website, so it's promoted sanctuary-wide, and it will be housed here as well for a nice long time as a spotlighted piece, as will the restoration blueprint page be replacing the marine zoning and regulatory review icon there, so that we can make it as easy as we can for people. Tell them to go to our homepage, floridakeys.noaa.gov. They will find it. Yes, Stephen?
So are we tracking the number of people that have taken the course, and do we know how many people have taken it so far?
So yes, yes. I checked Monday evening, 40-some people had taken it. It launched Thursday. So, in advance of a lot of the promotion. So, people are taking it, and people are passing the exam.
I helped write it. I should know all this stuff. No, I didn't. I was not the ringer going in 40 times and doing that stuff.
I just have how much this is overlap with the Everglades course? Is there a clear overlap? Are they completely different, or are they redundant? Just how are they different?
There are actually, I believe, 2 activities that are the same. One had to do with recognizing what different how different depths of water look kind of far out. I can't even remember what the other one is. Everything else is unique, although the concepts might be the same. It really is covering similar concepts. We didn't have anything about coral in the Everglades course, for instance, and we went into a lot more depth in some of the topics in the Everglades course. It is a longer course.
So is it worth taking both of them? I mean, do they cover different things? Yes.
I think it's worth taking both of them if you're going to be in both areas, for sure. Absolutely. You'll see a lot of the same stuff, generally speaking, like I said. But if you're coming to the Keys, you're not going to find Key-specific content in the Everglades course. And if you're going to Everglades National Park, you have to take the Everglades course eventually, I think starting this summer.
In our course, it does cover our zones. It covers the zoning scheme. It covers a great deal of the regulations, especially the sanctuary-wide regulations. So things that are not specific to the Everglades, of course. And then there will be some crossover with a few of the, brown, run aground. Yeah. Those sorts of things are in there. But this is very sanctuary-specific. We've had people ask us, well, why do I have to take safe boating and this? Well, the safe boating course teaches you a great deal about how to be safe out on the water. But when you're looking for specific information about the Florida Keys, because like we say in this, boating here is like nowhere else in the world. I mean, who hasn't popped a prop the first couple of times they've gone out? Everybody's had to pay for a new prop because you're just bound to hit something at some point. This will help raise awareness so that you're paying greater attention and you know. It also, like Kate said, points out the penalties, the cost of a bad decision. So you get up on that seagrass bed, and what do? Call for help. Yeah, best option, wait for high tide. Maybe you gently push it back out the way it came, but you don't do the throttle because you're talking about a difference of tens of thousands of dollars in penalties. That's the kind of impression we want to be able to make with this too, because all these waters are federally protected, and you would be amazed at how many people do not have a clue about that. Any other questions? All right. Thank you all very much.
Good job. Thank you, Karen.
Okay, I got it right at 3:40. Let me take this one real quick, maybe 10 minutes break, be back in here about 3:50, and then we'll do public comment.
Thank you.
I'm fine. Good to see you again.
Yeah, they had, I mean, still, I mean, that's just an example. If you don't make it to a ceremony because on the, yeah, let me know. Yeah, I know you. Reinforce it.
I was trying to remember if it was her
Are you? Well, I imagine if people had questions, they would return it. That was good. I mean, I hate to jump the gun, but 20 minutes after the crowd. But hey, y'all had a good time, right? Well, we don't, until the end of the year, we've got DEIS stuff, so Beth, that timing, we've got right before, what, a year and a half, we're halfway through?
Okay, public comment is an important part of the sanitary advisory process. We have quite a list of people here today. I'm going to be very strict. You get 3 minutes of time. We've got 7 people on here. Some of those may have eroded. So, Bill Kelly, I'm going to let you go first, please. If you would, come to the front of the room, give me your name, and let's do your microphone. There, microphone's up front.
And on that side, please.
That's right. Because we're video on this, so you got to be on tape. There's evidence.
Thank you. My name is Bill Kelly. I'm Executive Director of the Florida Keys Commercial Fisheries Association. I want to touch base with you. I think all of us, from the presentations done by John and his team this morning, were acutely aware of the importance of ecosystem-based management and essential fish habitat. And I want to encourage everyone to get their comments from all the user groups, and most importantly for the fisheries managers and sanctuary managers to put a lot of stock in that, a lot of faith. I want to give you a couple of examples here. One of them, for example, is what's called Supplying Lobster Amendment 11. Back in 2010, NOAA's Protected Resources Division issued a biological opinion offering and proposing 50 new spawning coral protection sites in the Florida Keys. The protection that they would get is they would be protected from commercial lobster fishing. No other groups would be prohibited. We were kind of shocked when we got that, not because it would prohibit the use of traps in those areas. We don't trap on coral anyway, contrary to what you might hear. But examining those 50 coral protection sites, 10 of them simply didn't exist. They were long gone because of El Niños of previous years, the cold snaps of 2010, 2011. As a matter of fact, 10 of those sites were as devoid of coral as the top of my head is of hair. And we were surprised, and then we looked at another 15 of those sites, and they overlapped both in state and federal waters. And the feds actually had no jurisdiction within the state waters, so you couldn't make a coral protection site of that because they didn't have the rulemaking authority to do it. The other thing is, it didn't include the coral nurseries that were set up by the Coral Restoration Foundation and Marine Labs. So, in our frustration, we got 22 people in our office in Marathon, and we addressed that situation, and none of those people are in this room today. And when the smoke cleared, instead of us having 50 coral protection sites, we ended up with 60. They were bigger, they were better, they all had coral in them, and they offered significant protections. So that's just one example of the importance of listening to input from all the user groups and getting a sense of what's really going on. You know, we have 1,200 men and women that are out there every day of the week, commercial fishing and so forth. They know these areas like the back of their hand, and they are really a good source of information to find out what's going on. The other thing is, an example I want to give you is the dry tortugas and marine debris. Last July, we conducted a cleanup working with Dr. Kathy Campbell from the University of Florida, and she's with the Carr Turtle Research Center up there. We went down to the dry tortuga, the Marquesas. In 5 days, we cleaned up 25 tons of marine debris. 25 tons. And the interesting thing about it was less than 2,000 pounds of that was lobster traps. And virtually every picture you see, advertising, promotion, anything regarding marine debris, it shows a lobster trap. And, you know, we found 3 batteries there. How the heck they ever got there, I don't know. We found car hoods, we found coolers, plastic car caps, car tires, truck tires, anything and everything that you can imagine. So when you think about marine debris and impacts, it's coming socially from so many different areas. And we hear about groups like the Public Marine Armory, they're working so effectively and so forth to protect our shorelines and natural resources. So it's very important that we get input from everybody. And I really salute the work that all of you are doing in that regard. I want to thank John Hunt and his team for a very effective presentation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
That was Bill.
Janice Lindsay Hurst. She here? Thank you, Janet. Okay.
I can just start talking and we get it up.
Again, Janice, we'll keep this brief. Okay?
I'm Janice Lindsay Hurst with a not in. So I will talk a little bit. But at the end of the time, I will talk and maybe we'll catch up. I have a bachelor's in biology and a master's in PhD in psychology. And I'm here to promote NOAA's support for protecting Sunset Cove and Pelican Key and Sunset Cove. I kayak regularly, observing and taking pictures of the birds in the marine environment. Sunset Cove, mile marker 98.5 bayside, has a 5.5-mile long shoreline that is 92% residential and native area land, and expert witness testimony has established that it's in the top 2% of seagrass beds in all of Florida, and it's an area of many resident manatees, and there also are crocodiles, and the Google Maps alone will show you all of the seagrasses. I know you can come back later and take your time there. Pelican Key has more bird species than many of the islands within the Everglades National Park and many of the other shoreline islands. I've observed many species of birds who are permanent residents there. many nesting and raising their young there. These species are too numerous to list here, but they include brown pelicans, cormorants, ibis, snowy egrets, and great white egrets. Significantly, 3 threatened bird species have made Pelican Key their home and nesting ground for 32 years since I've been there, including a little blue heron pair, a tricolor heron pair, and a large colony of white-crowned pigeons. New human-caused activities over the past couple of years threaten the survival of these birds at Pelican Key. First, wedding destinations and party venues look certain to It's about 4 to 8 minutes of commercial fireworks displays several times a year from barges that have been up to 600 yards from Pelican Key. After each of these fireworks displays, I have personally observed the disappearance of the 3 threatened bird species and others for weeks to months, only they start to reappear, they're resilient, and then they disappear after the next fireworks display. I think the significant observation is that in the last 2 years, for the first time, I've seen no chicks of the 3 threatened bird species that have been there every other year. But the birds are resilient, they're trying to come back. Second, regular seaplane flights are now landing very loudly and taking off right next to Pelican Key. And also, it is an attractive destination for jet skiers and speedboaters who zip around the island repeatedly in high speed, causing the birds to fly. We also have the beginning of derelict vessels. That sailboat's boom is now in the water. They're shading seagrass and ripping up the mangroves. And so I'm here to urge you to provide protection to Pelican Key and Sunset Cove. Consider a no-fly zone around it. Consider a no-fireworks zone. And please maybe a no-motor zone around the island. And perhaps a no-wake zone on the Sunset Cove.
Thank you very much. Just so you understand, Janice, we've already gone through all of this process. Everything's gone to NOAA. So I couldn't tell you, there are some areas that may have already been included there, so I couldn't tell you that.
I think that's right.
Yeah, so I mean, we've already gone through all this at this point, so.
Yeah, I had a question. I was trying to remember if that was one of the recommended WMA to be
I was thinking that, I was thinking the same thing.
If it's not in the park, it's not in, right? And I was thinking that was one of the ones.
So we put it in shallow water.
I
think so too. Okay, next person is Pat Bill.
Hi, I'm Captain Bill Wickers. I'm actually here representing the U.S. Charter Boat Association. I'd like to thank this board for all the service that you've given to the community. Having spent over 6 years on the sanctuary board on the very first one, I personally know that the sacrifices that you all have to make to come to these meetings. It is appreciated. The sanctuary needs to study the economic and social effects that your actions will have on the charter, recreational, and commercial industries, plus the ripple effects they have on the community businesses that depend on the charter and the commercial industries. We must protect our paradise, but we don't want to put people out of business doing it. It's difficult to make a living in the Keys, especially since please take this under consideration when making your policies. The Enabling Act that was passed in 1990, creating the sanctuary, did not really give the sanctuary the power to pass fishery regulations. Bag limits, size limits, seasonal closures, spawning closures. These were all the purview of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, the South Atlantic Council, and the Gulf Council. They actually have fishery and we're naming it. The South Atlantic Council and the Gulf Council, excuse me, the South Atlantic Council, the state of Florida, Fish and Wildlife just recently addressed one of the main things that you seem to be wanting to do, which is the mutton snapper fishery. It addressed the western dry rock spawning aggregation from a scientific standpoint, not an emotional one. They declared that the mutton snapper stock was not overfished, where science said it was not. All three. The young lady that was up here earlier, she was one of the ones that did the presentation. They declared that the mutton snapper was not overfished. They held that the science evidence was not there. They did approach this, though, in a very conservative way. This is what they did, based on the science, not on gut feelings or emotion or what, science. They changed the rules. Florida Fish and Wildlife got together with the South Atlantic Council. They held about a year and a half of scoping meetings all over the state, all down in the keys, had big turnouts, took in tremendous amount of information. And then they decided after another year and a half of massaging everything that this was the rules that they passed according to, as of today, I was reading on my iPad. They changed the commercial trip limits to 500 pounds per day from January to April. And then they closed April, May, and June, and only allowed during that time, which is the spawning season, commercial limit of 5 mutton fish per person per day. That was during the spawning season. Now the spawning starts, and then after the spawn, from July through December, the commercial goes back up to 500 pounds. Now, at the same time, they address the recreational fish. They increase the size limit from 16 inches to 18 inches, not only for the recreational, but also for the commercial. So, and at that time, they reduced the bag limits for the recreational fishermen from 10 to 5 year-round. A 50% reduction. So what I'm trying to explain to y'all is there's not, I know you all want to seem to keep one edge into fishery management. When I was on the board, our main concern was the protection of the beautiful coral reefs, the tops of them. We made those, the no-take zones and whatever. And we tried to stay away from fisheries. Every time we try to step on it, it seems to backfire. And there's more than enough fishery management than that you all need to get into that too. Anyway, I appreciate your listening. I think they've pretty much well addressed the Western dialogue. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, Jeff Bowman. Yeah.
Gotta say, I'm a little nervous standing up in front of you all, such a group of people that I can honestly say a lot of you are my heroes. My name is Jeff Bowman. My wife and I, Trish, run Namaste Eco. out of Key West, out of Stock Island. We've been running ecology science-based tours since 2008. And I'm here to talk to you today about first of all, I'm to encourage you in expanding the SPAs and also the eco-reserves. We had the privilege and sadness at the same time of being able to see the decline of our reefs from a tourist perspective. One of our major concerns is the destruction of hard-bottom habitat around the patch reefs. We started out in 2008, and a lot of our tours were out to the close patch reefs as off of the destroyer reef. And we watched unsustainable tourism pretty much decimate that coral reef patch out there. And that brings up my point right now is we predominantly go out of the eco-reserve and we go out to western Sambo, to the outer reaches of western Sambo. And we noticed in the last perhaps 3 or 4 months, we've seen a lot of anchoring going on the patch reefs near shore. And I'm unable to get clarification on what the rules are on anchoring in the eco-reserve. I've gone to the website, I've asked people and such like that, and I honestly can't get an honest answer I can tell people. What I do see is we have 3 new resorts out there at Stock Island. And with those resorts, we've had an increase of tours, snorkel tours and such that are now impacting the eco-reserve. Last weekend, we were out and I saw 5 boats anchored up in the eco-reserve and catchments where I've never seen them before. My concern is if we're going to move forward on this enhancing the spas and bringing out there, I'm wondering what can be done to ensure that we enforce the rules for anchoring. Anchor damage, in my opinion, is probably one of the worst effects I can see. We've been directly affected by improper use of equipment. I did some photo guide, which I had thought to put them up there, but this is in the last 2 weeks. I saw major anchor damage down on these patches. And if anybody's ever snorkeled out of the patch reefs off Boca Chica and sat there, you will be amazed at the benefit coverage out there. We're seeing unofficially 20, 30, 40% benefit coverage on these patch reefs. And it would be a crying shame to see happen whatever happened over there at the Destroyer Key with these other patch reefs. The minute the big tour boats get off the word of it, and they start saying that they can have an open rule, and they can start anchoring, the patch reefs are gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, Kristen Hart, U.S. Yep. I'm sorry? Okay, all right. Bruce Adjourn? Is Kristen here or she's in?
She's here.
Okay. All right. Okay, wraps up. Oh, wait a minute. I think that Dave Gordon left me a note. He said if I could read this as public comment. The protected areas that only manage a limited amount. Oh, I'm sorry, David. I didn't mean to skip you. Let me get this thing out of the already. Apologize. Protected areas that only manage a limited amount of stressors without aggressive restrictions and aggressive restoration will be limited as successful protection will fail to manage the ecosystem. And I don't know if you guys noticed, there were a bunch of gentlemen in here with white shirts on. They are actually fishermen improving sustainable harvest out of Key West. And this is their first meeting in the country with a group that's really trying to have some impact on that. So Deborah Jarvis? James, I'm sorry, James. We're here with the Governor
State
University. Okay.
So I'm associate professor, Deborah James, I'm associate professor of media studies. I've been down here over the last 5 years looking at marine media. In particular, the different types of documentary that exist around the Florida Reef and the Florida Keys, with the purpose of trying to figure out how we can tell a bigger and different story. And there is vast amounts of documentary footage in here. There is citizen science media. There is media that shared thousands of videos that are shared on YouTube. There are slides. There's all kinds of footage that currently is being well used or sometimes not used at all. So what I'm proposing and what I've been studying as a documentary scholar is to take a look at this again and to reconsider this media and how we might leverage this to attract new audiences and also to talk to audiences in a different way about the reef. So one of the things that I did pitch, and one of the reasons why I'm here today, I am going to be presenting at the International Coral Reef Symposium in Bremen in 2020, and I'm in the process of putting together what I describe as a proof of concept. And I'm trying to come up with a type of model based, because this is my site, this is where I do my work in the Florida Keys, that I can take and workshop with other people who are trying to figure out how can we talk to these new audiences, how can we grow the idea about what we need to do around conservation and restoration. Because I will tell you, my university is the on-ramp for the middle class, and we are not reaching those people. I'm in the middle of Illinois, and it is important that we have this conversation. We need to be making connections. And after 8 years of working with these audiences and working in education, I will tell you that this is something that we might be able to do. So, the reason I'm here is to present to all of you. Some of you I'm in conversation with, some of you I'm talking to over the next few weeks, but what I'm looking for is a community of people who are interested in having a conversation about where are the resources of this region, what are the main issues, and how might we go forward and talk about this at Bremen in Switzerland. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, let's see. All right, we're to member updates. Is anybody out there? Joe? Raise your hand. There's a guy.
My name is Joe Weatherby, and I know most of the people in the room, but those who don't understand it, there's some aggregation in the road. It is my profound pleasure, and I take very much pride in inviting everyone here and everyone we know to the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the sinking of the Vanderbilt and Memorial Day. We are planning, we're going to be working with Andy Newman, as students in the press. She'll be invited because I'm going to trap all the names. We will be, Andreas Franke will be bringing his award-winning Sinking World Art Series, which we will be doing an art show on the 23rd on the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Ingham. And then on the 24th, we will be taking down 24 images called The Plastic Ocean. It's a very timely display by Andreas, and he's had a long run of very successful art projects deployed on shipwrecks around the world. We will also have some flag raising, some diving and fishing, and obviously some nighttime activities as well. We have a number of private sector sponsors that have already agreed to be aboard for this, and we would like you to come out and help us celebrate the profound success environmentally and economically of the USNS Vandenberg Art Museum. Look forward to coming soon.
Thank you for the invite. Careful what you ask for, then.
I live on that bus.
Okay, any other, Chris?
Go ahead.
Sorry. Eric's not really kind of
So, since I have the mic, I think I can answer your question about anchoring in the Sambo Ecological Reserve. It is uniformly individuals that anchor coral anywhere in the state of Florida, but in the Western Sambo Ecological Reserve, you can anchor in sand or on grass. Now, on to my update. We, the Nature Conservancy, about 3 weeks ago, received a donation ballast piece from David Wilcox Estate. This is the only private owned island west of Key West, 8 miles west of Key West. The next developed island out there is the Cocos. And it's a very
beautiful place, 14 acres, mostly natural, but two houses. One is a greenhouse, really literally right on the beach when you look down, you're looking at the lifeline and then the inside and the parking migration corridor. And then there's a beautiful guest house right behind it. And the dock, a generator shed. These guys, Beth has worked on the electricity out there for decades. David's estate gave to Nature Conservancy. Nature Conservancy gave it to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, maybe filling the hole in the donut out there. It was the only privately owned island in the U.S. National Wildlife Refuge. And then they have developed a management agreement with us. So we'll manage the island as a low-key, low-impact research station. So we already have a caretaker out there. At present, it's still just like it always was. It's not open to the public. The current caretaker will come through there until we hire some Nature Conservancy staff. They will be enforcing that same rule, but we do hope that there will be opportunities. We know there will be opportunities for researchers to come and use the facilities, whether it's study on the island or in the community, or if they're studying turtles, birds, water quality, coral reefs, anything like that. And it's a good place for that because it's in a bit of a gap in our scientific knowledge. So from Key West going up to the Keys, we've got the Cave of the Lord, and the right to Fingers, we've got a very robust bunch of data at that middle area, between about how being our business is comparatively thin. So we hope that having this forward operating base will help. We do hope that after I get do a lot of paperwork, we'll be able to have volunteers out and do some volunteer show on cleanups and painting and all the window cleaning and all the other good things that we do out there. So we're very happy. It's been a lot of great press. We've got a lot of people to thank for it. Will and the country for always in our corner on this, and what happens with that other people and other local people promoting it. But mostly thanks to David Bukowski, who we're going to try to rename that one after him. So the Fish and Wildlife Service will get to it 5 years after his death, which was in September of last year. After 5 years, they can petition the U.S. Board of Geographic Names for a change because it will cost you feet. And at some point, I'll come to this body and ask for a resolution in support of that change. We've already agreed before we died that the Board of Commissioners to make that recommendation and the resolution. And we've basically gathered a lot of support for 5 years to 4.5 years from now. There we go.
Can't wait to spend our weekend back there together.
Yeah, you get to take some windows out there. So this is really an awesome issue because that's really a beautiful place if you really get out there. It's just fantastic. It's very special. So that's an important thing to do that. Was there anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to invite everybody tomorrow evening. The Key West Maritime Historical Society will be hosting Tom Hambright, the Monroe County historian. He will be presenting his latest research on the history of sport fishing in Florida Keys. So I know it's a subject we deal with a lot here, and so if you want to know the roots of sport fishing and how it's evolved over a past century or so, that's tomorrow evening at the Eco Discovery at 7 p.m. Free and open to everybody. So come on in. Learn a little bit of history.
You guys are reminding me of upcoming events, so I have an upcoming event. It's on Friday evening, April 26th at 6 p.m. I'm going to be hosting the Fly Fishing Film Tour down at the Tropic Cinema. We try to do that every year. And this year, the proceeds are going to Captains for Clean Water. It's been a great group that's been fighting on behalf of Everglades Restoration. So I know there's going to be a little free party at the Green Parrot. There's some silent auctions. I'm giving away a fishing trip. There's a lot of cool stuff like that. And then the show is at 6 p.m. at the Fly Fishing Film Tour at the Tropic there. So come on out and support our big cause. And that's what I got going on. It's April 26th, not this upcoming Friday, but the next Friday, 6 p.m. at the Tropic.
Thank you. So at lunch break today, I ran across the street to the Coast Guard station where Governor DeSantis and Lieutenant Governor Nunez were, and we had a closed-door round table briefly just for every leader to be able to reiterate what's important for us in the Florida Keys, and of course our environment and the bay just kept being brought up. So we all went outside for a press release where he announced his 3 priorities for the Florida Keys. And they are, first of all, at least $40 million to go for the Tamiami Trail. I just say that wrong. Tamiami Trail to continue doing those elevations to get the water down here for us. His second priority, and this one impressed me, is money for canal restoration here in the Florida Keys. And understand how important our canals are from the shore waters. And thirdly was to continue to fund research for coral disease and for replanting of corals. So this is hot off the press before they're even getting it, and I just wanted to be able to give you all that information and just say that so far this governor truly does seem to be putting his money where his mouth is and is continuing to say that he supports our waters and understands how important our youth is and how important it is to get that flow of water all the way down here to us.
Thank you, Michelle. That's nice information. See, the governor has really seems to be taking a very strong environmental position. A nice turnaround from our previous governor. Any other comments? Okay, I've got a couple of things. I just wanted to update you guys. We're having a chapter board meeting on Friday. I'll post you in Christmas up there. We've added a couple of board members from there at Thomastown. We're still looking. I'm going to be talking to a few people this week while I'm here to try and get a few more board members on that chapter board. And looking for good representation. Stephen has volunteered to participate, so we'll get him going. We're looking for people in the Middle Keys, Alvarado area. There's a saying about foundations: you either give or you get. So foundations raise money. So that's the purpose of the foundation, is to support what we do here as far as the Fort Keys National Sanctuary. So we're going to get this thing up and running and hopefully be able to Scott Saunders from Florida was participating also, and Scott recently gave us a $25,000 donation. He says he's doing more because he's putting aside $1 from every person that gets on to that fund. Isn't that a great idea? So, and then lastly, talking about politics, I had the opportunity to go to DC here about a month ago with the annual 2-day fly-in, where we had people from around the country that came in and lobby basically is what we did both on the House side and the Senate side. Our representative, to be more super Powell, was very gracious, met with us personally, told us that she's committed to it, she's doing it, she's actually taken the lead for all the Florida Florida caucus of all the members that are up there. And obviously the mood in the House was extremely positive. Everybody we talked to, I think I talked to in 2 days about 15 aides of legislators. We had a very positive response signing on upping the budget for the National Sanctuary Program. Right now we've been getting around somewhere around $52 to $53 million. We want to up that budget, and we also want to add $8 million that is infrastructure. And infrastructure includes replacing some of our boats down here. The Rachel Carson and the Agassiz are almost 50 years old now, and are both in really poor condition, not because of they haven't taken care of, it's just that they're really old boats. They were drunk boats that were confiscated and repurposed. So their useful life is over. So we had a very successful, I felt was very successful. On the Senate side, we got a great response from Senator Rubin. His staff was all over this. Unfortunately, not just Senator Scott's office. They didn't have any pictures on the walls, like they weren't even there yet. It was kind of disturbing. Yeah, exactly. So, it was kind of strange, but, I think overall it was a very positive, lobbying effort. So we'll see whether or not we get money. That's sort of the bottom line. Okay. All right, now we're going to move forward, try and wrap things up. Sarah's, the superintendent's report.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you to Mark for the presentation this morning, John and your team, to Kate and June for really informative presentations all through this day. It's been a long meeting, and almost the end, there's quite a few other reports to go. So I just have two quick things I want to mention. One is that Beth sent around a job announcement that we have on the street right now, and I just want to ask once again if anyone knows of someone who might be interested in that position. I think it's a very important position for us. As a reminder, it's a leadership position hired through FIU. A lot of our staff are hired through FIU, so this person will serve as a leader of that group, and then also serve as our point and focus for water quality issues and issues of South Florida ecosystem restoration, Everglades. I remember the very first time I sat in this room with all of you and people talked about what was important. I heard loud and clear that we can't just look inside of our boundaries. And so this to me is a step in the direction of having us be even better equipped to do that. So please, if you know somebody who might be interested, help us spread the word, get a great candidate for that employment. Second, Michelle, thank you very much for that update on what the governor is interested in, and that last one, research for coral disease and restoration, relates directly to my next update, which was just last week. A group of folks met to talk about restoration, certainly related to disease and the impact that has caused, but also recognizing that we have, as we heard earlier today, seen declines for decades on our reefs here in Florida and elsewhere around the world. We're not unique in that. And you may remember that our December meeting got moved slightly because there was this giant conference taking place in the Keys here talking about the future of our reefs and restoration. And in light of those things, we really started conversations about how do we take the restoration work that has been pioneered here in the Keys to the next level because of these continuing issues and growing threats to our reefs. So last week we had a 3-day workshop. 20 people joined us, folks from Reef Renewal, TNC, the state, FWC, CRF, who am I missing? NOAA, Moat, yep, Florida, thank you. So we had key players sitting around the table to talk about developing an ambitious and bold plan for restoration at about 6 or 7 sites in the Keys, identifying specific places where we're going to really target efforts and take things to that next level in those key places. So this, I think, speaks to what the governor is hoping to do. So glad maybe we can get some interest in that work down here and really try to take what we know and what we've learned and make a difference here in some of these groups. So thank you for more on that. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Joanne, you're up.
We're speaking about right here.
So I get to, so on behalf of the governor and the state of Florida Department of Environmental Protection, I get to reaffirm that this governor is absolutely committed to the environment. And I can say that not just as somebody who is told to have to say that, but also somebody who's living in the agency. They are absolutely making changes that I've never seen happen in our agency in the time period that I've been there, and it is thrilling to be a part of it. You have heard the governor's commitment to funding of coral disease specifically, water quality, coastal protection, all of these coastal ecosystems. His recommended budget for coral disease specifically and resilient coastlines is $6 million. Unfortunately, that didn't get picked up in the Superintendent House budget, so that's not where we're at right now. We will, I think we're sitting around 2.6-ish or somewhere in there. And so we are still, there are lots of conversations happening across all the different levels because the governor is coming out swinging and we're not quite there yet to the best of that. But he and our secretary, Noah Downstein, are absolutely moving mountains
within the agency to align all of our programs that have been working somewhat together, but not very effective in making those big changes to water quality that we really need to see in order for all of the ecosystems of Florida that are all one big watershed to be healthy and resilient. And so we are aligning those of us in the coastal management community where we're collecting the data with the people that are looking at that data and making appropriate thresholds for things like nutrients, with the people that are enforcing those things. I mean, it's a really, it sounds very logical, but it's something where every agency, no matter where you are, is very siloed, and they're intentionally breaking down those walls and putting us in a very one DP mindset. So go knock on the door with things you don't even know and figure out how to fix it. They're also committed to fast action. And so you might see all of us data plays look great real soon because they're asking for some really big things to happen very quickly. That's because they see and understand the urgency and the risk that we're facing. That if we are already behind on many of the things that we should have been doing. So it's going to take a big lift to get us moving in the right direction and turning the battleship, as they say. And they are really committed to making some good stuff happen quickly. To that point, I think most of you have seen that the governor has appointed the very first chief science officer, Dr. Tom Frazier, who will be establishing a new office of environmental accountability and transparency, and ultimately looking at across the board. They're asking for each agency to recommend big actions that will get rolled up into the state level, and he's going to lead the development of moving those actions forward. Very targeted, very strategic. He's not looking for across the board. He's looking for the best effort that we can put forward. He is a phenomenal scientist. I think he is director of the University of Florida School of Natural Resources and Environment, and I believe he serves as the chair of the Gulf of Mexico Fisheries Management Council. Yeah, thank you. So we're really excited to have a strong science voice up in the governor's office, literally day to day, helping him understand. We know how complex residents are approved, and how complex these conversations can be. To have scientists there to bounce stuff off of data is enormous for our state. We in the agency are also committed. I think I mentioned before, we've created our new name for my parent office is the Office of Resilience and Coastal Protection. And so it reaffirms all of the work that we're doing and the importance of making sure that our communities are prepared for all of the changes that are coming, and making sure that the natural infrastructure that protects those coastal communities is resilient and healthy. And that especially includes the corals. Our entire agency is realigning to ensure that coral reef and all of the associated ecosystems that we need to make a healthy coral reef are really getting a lot of focus right now. In fact, our secretary will be down in Cruz next week, and we're going to take him out firsthand and show him what's going on with all of the stone coral tissue loss disease. Let him understand, because you just kind of need that visceral reaction sometimes to help him understand. But I'll tell you, without even seeing it, he's already a champion for it. Just a couple weeks ago, we were up in D.C. for the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force meeting, which is all of the federal agencies that have overseen corals, and all of us U.S. jurisdictions that have coral reefs. And it was one of the first times that leadership from Florida's DEP agency was at the table leading the conversation that was happening. And it was really tremendous to see. And there's been a tremendous amount of follow-up activities since then, which is, again, why I'm going a little great. It really...
Looking like a true expert.
No one truly is committed to it. His main focus is, this is urgent. We have a lot to lose here, and we don't want to look back in 50 years and say that we didn't do everything in our power right now to try to change this direction. And so he does a lot of raising awareness of the urgency and risk, and especially of inaction, because that is a big thing. If we do nothing, we have everything to lose. He's also leading some of the conversation to ask FEMA to include coral reefs as natural infrastructure, so that when there are hurricanes, there could be a pot of money that is available to go out, assess, triage, and restore those reefs. Because I'm telling you, friends, there's a big report that's about to come out by USGS that is valuing the protection of our shorelines from with our that is provided by our coral reefs. And I've seen a sneak preview, and the numbers are huge, millions if not millions, of just shoreline protection here in Florida alone. And so the healthier and taller those reefs are, especially that living veneer of coral, makes a big difference to that protection, to infrastructure and people. We also are continuing to work on reauthorization of the Coral Reef Conservation Act of 2000. That is the main federal funding mechanism that provides money from Congress to NOAA and then ultimately to the U.S. jurisdictions to work on any coral reef management issues. They haven't been reauthorized since 2000. They've been level funded. And when we talk about the budgets, I want to just throw it out there in terms of perspective. You mentioned the Office of National Sanctuaries, I think, is in the $55 million annually range. The entire programmatic budget of the NOAA Coral Program for all of the national coral work that and the money that comes to us on the ground managers is $26 million annually. All coral management outside of the sanctuary is less than half of what the sanctuary gets annually. That is something that I think most folks don't understand, and so we are raising awareness of the fact that it's been level funded since 2000, and yet the threats and issues have been continuing to exponentially increase. Also, just a couple of things that are on the horizon. I think we've mentioned the National Academies study. The communities out there are changing. Our ecosystems are changing more faster than we can even keep up with sometimes. And so we're already starting to look forward and understanding what it's going to take, both capacity and technology and regulatory, to help them evolve in these very fastly changing times. And so the NOAA Coral Program and a bunch of other folks asked National Academies of Science to put together a panel to specifically examine all of the out there options that we need to start thinking about how to potentially implement in just starting to, again, turn the battleship so that we can be prepared to give these ecosystems a chance to get to a point where they can adapt because everything is changing so quickly. Because of that, the U.S. All Islands Coral Reef Committee, which is basically just my counterpart from the other jurisdictions that have corals, we asked the coral reef experts to stand up a restoration working group. You're going to hear a lot of focus on restoration in the coming years. We here in Florida, and especially the Atlantic Caribbean, we're already light years ahead of the Pacific. They've never had to think about restoration, so we have infrastructure built. I mean, we've got pioneers literally sitting at our table here. So we're finally now at the national level talking about how we need to bring the managers into that conversation to talk about our practitioners have been phenomenal in figuring out how to do things. Now we need to figure out how, where, and why we're doing those things and think about those services that the reefs provide to us that are so important to our communities that if we don't start thinking about engineering to those services, we're going to lose a huge impact. It's going to be a major impact to our economy. So we asked the task force to stand up a national working group, and that national working group is led by those voices on the ground from the jurisdictions. We here in Florida, because of the disease event, we don't even know if restoration is an option right now because we don't know if putting out more corals will flare up more disease. We have some very fail-fast management level projects that we need to get done quickly so that we can understand where we can go in very short term to medium term and long term. Sarah mentioned that the sanctuary has really put a huge effort in last week to jumpstart that conversation. The northern reefs are going to be doing that hopefully as well soon, so that we have a holistic picture of where we want to go for restoration in Florida. To that point, and this is my last point, I think, 2 points. Sarah and I are going to give a presentation to the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, that's the Everglades Restoration Task Force. We're taking up the leaf torch. We're taking it, big shoes to fill, but between us, I think we can go arm in arm, and our counterparts at FWC won't be able to join us, but we'll do that in spirit. And we are going to stand there and remind everyone that this is one big collective system. These are not individual pieces. We should not be managing together. Where there are opportunities to combine our communication strategies and amplify all of our voices to whoever we need to amplify them to, because this is one big Florida ecosystem.
I think my last update, no, I'm sorry, I'm still kidding. Forest Blue has a new video out. I think most of you have seen that they're working very awesomely on the reefs down here. There's a new video, I'll just send it in the notes. And tomorrow, I just wanted to mention that EPA and DEP are co-hosting a biannual meeting of the Water Quality Protection Program Steering Committee meeting at the Marathon City Hall Council Chambers. Sorry, Thursday, thank you. We really would love to see you there. We have new EPA leadership, and I think they need to hear the local voices, so anybody who's able to participate.
The Water Quality Protection Program is co-chaired by everybody. Seeing that, thank you so much, John. Is it Ponders?
Hell no, Cruz, not a chance. Well, in remarks to the fail fast work, the research staff of the FWC is prepared to go out there and fail. Why not?
Or not.
Or not, or not. Anyway, in terms of LDRs and the governor's initiative, we too have a much smaller LDR that is in the governor's budget and also is facing some of the same issues in the House and the Senate. And I know our leadership is working on that. Its intent is really to provide a staff, which is always hard, but it's to provide a staff that can be doing the support work necessary related to the coral disease issue in general, and in particular, like this fail fast concept. If we're going to outplant corals now, in the face of the disease today, we need to know what happens to them, and we need to know whether they change the trajectory of the disease. And this team, if they exist, would be the people that do some of that evaluation work so that it doesn't cause the need to use other funds that would take away from the bigger issue. We'll see how that transpires. We also are going to be giving a presentation on coral disease and the whole process, including restoration component of that, to our commissioners at the May commission meeting. I believe it's on May 2nd, the morning of May 2nd, and there will be a panel. So Gil, my boss Gil, is giving the presentation. There will be a panel, including Gil, Sarah, you're on the panel, right? Joanna, representative from Smithsonian, I believe. In this case, it would be Blake Cushimera, I believe, and Mike Crosby from Merck, and Scott Graves from the Coral Restoration Foundation. So that will be a good event. We did a general coral update to them last summer, and this will be a follow-up on these specific issues, and get our commissioners much more educated and capable of being involved at their level, which, we know that they're all governor appointees and who like to make mistakes. And so that will be a good thing. And briefly with this cane, I've talked to you about it over the years. We are desperately trying to gear that back up in the face of people like me not having much time simply because of this coral disease effort and my 3-month kind of little bit of minor hiatus from focusing on work quite as much in recent times. But we're trying to gear that back up and bring that whole fishery management process to a landing sometime later this year. In another couple months, hopefully I can give you some dates and perhaps schedule a presentation to the SAC later on in the year on that topic.
Thank you, John. Just to dovetail, John, the Fish and Wildlife Foundation board has been extremely supportive of doing some core work down here too. And we're going to up the FWC budget coming up, which is going to be pretty strong. Andy Walker attended the DC function with myself, and I think we got a lot of traction there. So now at the state level,
I've been helping him write some of those documents.
Oh, good. Well, thank you, John. I appreciate it. So Heather is not here today. Beth has her information. There you go.
So the NOAA Fisheries update, NOAA Fisheries has announced the opening dates of the 2019 South Atlantic red snapper fishing season. The recreational season will open July 12th through the 14th, which is a Friday to a Sunday, and July 19th through 20th, a Friday to a Saturday, with a 1 fish per person per day bag limit. The commercial season will open July 8th with a 75-pound trip limit and remain open until the end of the year unless the commercial quota is reached or projected to be reached before then. At their spring meeting, the South Atlantic Council approved a proposal to allow new types of sea turtle release gear to be used in the snapper grouper fishery, and the Gulf Council approved proposals to delegate management of private anglers targeting red snapper to the states. Convert historical captain permits that meet certain eligibility requirements to fully transferable federal for-hire permits, and further decrease red grouper quotas following expiration of the emergency rule currently being processed by NOAA Fisheries. They will request public comments on each of these proposals in the coming months. On April 30th and May 1st, the South Atlantic Council will hold public hearing webinars on potential best fishing practice requirements for snapper grouper species, which address the use of descending devices, venting devices, non-stainless steel circle hooks, and power headgear. A best practices tutorial developed by the South Carolina Wildlife Federation for snapper grouper bottom fishing is available on the council website. At their June meeting, the South Atlantic Council is scheduled to approve revisions to the red grouper rebuilding plan and to discuss new management measures for dolphins, and the Gulf Council is scheduled to approve proposals to authorize unused quotas to be carried over to subsequent years under certain conditions and to reduce the greater amberjack commercial trip limit. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to contact Heather.
That was good. Okay, I'm skipping down here. Tony's not here. Steve Blackboard is not here, I believe. I haven't seen him. EPA. Megan Johnson with NPS. Or no, Christopher's here, isn't he? Yeah, there he is.
Okay, a few highlights from Backcountry. Everglades National Park General Management Plan implementation continues with the availability of parks voter education course through Rhode Island's Learning website. The course is currently voluntary at no cost, but will become mandatory this summer. Over 1,000 individuals completed the course in December 2018, and a similar number taking the course between January and March this year. Computer stations were installed at the visitor centers in Flamingo and Gulf Coast to enable people to get certification for marine waters. And contract work has started on replacing aids to navigation corridor markers in Everglades marine waters. The contractor has completed Snakebite, Frank Key, Murray, and Clyde, and work started on Day 4 in Judy's Lake at the beginning of this month. Project is 21% complete. That is 154 markers have been installed out of 740. A number of responses by rangers, Key Largo rangers assisted FWC with an ultralight float plane that crash landed just off the shoreline of the Key Largo ranger station. It's near Pelican Key. The plane flipped and sank, and both passengers were brought to shore by this man. Key Largo rangers also responded to a grounded 41-foot vessel and across bank. The boat was unattended, and after investigation, the boat was discovered to have been stolen from Miami. Rangers contacted Customs and Border Patrol for assistance. No suspects have been identified. Rangers are collaborating in road and engaged in the police department. Severe injuries sustained and damage assessment to the park is kind of huge global impact. The Florida Rangers also worked with Equivalent US to remove a partially submerged sailing vessel at LTP. The number of Rangers responding to the report of only vessels drifting south of San Pete. Rangers located the vessel with no persons with the U.S. Coast Guard notified. And finally, for water quality in Central Florida Bay on 19th coast was finally clear in March of this year after an extended and current public fountain after blooming since the first one. Clear water is noted in the eastern and western basins of the park.
Thank you, Christopher. Clinton Blount's not here, I've seen him, and so it's going to be Ed. You're up.
To be quick. Nothing significant to report other than we've begun our typical seasonal surveys of seagull nesting, bird nesting, and we participated in the lazy fest this weekend. Had a lot of good turnout at our booth, and people again are just amazed when I hear that the Navy has involvement. They don't know what we do, so those
Good job. Thank you. All right, upcoming meeting, our next meeting is in June. I think that the date is the 18th. You got something there? We talked about it this week.
So once again, on Thursday at the Marathon Government Center is the Water Quality Protection Program meeting.
I think it's at Marathon City Hall.
It is at Marathon City Hall this time. Thursday, 9 a.m. start time. So a great opportunity to see what the partners, EPA and DEP and many of the members are doing to address water quality. The only update I recall having is that for our advisory council core group, the smaller group that has been helping along the way through this management process, I'm going to be sending an email for a getting back together to start thinking about how we will design the process for releasing the DEIS, when we release the DEIS, the process that is.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank the remaining soldiers here. Sticking out to the end of the day. It was a very busy meeting today, but I think we covered a lot of stuff, and I've got quite accomplished here, and it's good to see the progress that we're making, and the great job the staff is doing. So your leadership is obviously better than excellent. So it's really covered a long ways. So thank you so much for being here and participating. And I won't be able to make it in June. Of course, I've got family coming to visit. But I will be here in August. So just warn. So based on that, meeting adjourned.